Driving through Portland, Oregon, it's clear this city is unlike any on tour. Tucked away in the heart of the Pacific Northwest, the Rose City is a melting pot of culture and proudly unique in all aspects of life. So it comes as no surprise that the Stumptown disc golf scene is similarly one of a kind. Adding to this singularity, Portland is home to one of the few Elite Plus events of the year. With more points at stake, it's a chance for the outliers to make their push in the standings. Rain or shine, life and disc golf in Portland moves on. We hope you'll join us all week long. The 2024 Portland Open starts now.
Good morning, disc golf fans, and welcome to the Rose City, Portland, Oregon for the first DGPT Plus on the West Coast swing. The Portland Open, Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, it's Tournament Central time, folks, bringing you into the action. The FPO division is about to go off today. Nate, this is one of the crowning jewels here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We're here in Portland, Oregon, and then next week we stay here. We go just up the road to Estacada for the Beaver State Fling. Some of the players' favorite stretches of the tour all year.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I really feel that Glendoveer is one of the nicest facilities that we visit. When you hear a golf course, you're like, another one. You know, the tour's got so many of them. But when you come to Glendoveer, you realize pretty quick why the Pro Tour has treated this as their premier event for, the last 4 years, and why we're playing on two courses. I mean, we rent this facility out for the entire weekend. And if you look, it's just 5 miles downtown Portland. I mean, we're right in the city. There's subdivision all around, but the trees are so massive. These fairways are just lined with 100 to 150 foot tall pine trees and Douglas fir trees. You get some views of Mount Hood and Mount Rainier up to the north, and it just has that setting that we need to showcase our sport at. I think it's so important. Disc golf can be played anywhere in the world, Brian. And if we're going to play at a golf course, this is the kind of setting that it needs to be at.
We've talked about this all year, Nate. I remember you getting on your soapbox at the chess.com Invitational down in Florida. We want to feel like we are in the places that we travel to. Sometimes, especially when you play a traditional golf course, in the disc golf world, you don't know where you are sometimes.
Yeah.
But when you go to W.R. Jackson in Georgia, you know where you are.
Yeah.
When you go play a course like this, you know exactly where you are with these beautiful giant trees. You play disc golf all around Portland. You feel like you're a part of something special. And the thing that I like most about Glendoveer that I think they've done really, really well, the fairways of the golf course are the spectator areas. The rough on the golf course is the disc golf course. They use these giant 100-foot plus trees so well. Most of these holes are wooded holes.
Yep.
Talk about the challenge the players are going to be facing this week.
Well, Glendoveer does have length. It certainly has a technical aspect to it with playing through the guardian trees of these traditional golf fairways, but it has length. It's actually one of the tracks, Brian, where I feel like a decent amount of the field is kind of weeded out because you really have to get the disc up to speed out here. You have to shape. We talked to Calvin, and he said that it's actually hard to judge how far you have to throw out here because of how massive these lines are through these trees. There's a lot of opportunities for rollers. There's a lot more elevation than you would think of really any normal golf course. We have a lot of big downhill shots. We have some unique uphill shots. Players are throwing rollers right off the tee, trying to climb hills, get themselves into position. Last year, the FPO division kind of shredded out here. If you remember, Tatar was 25 under par through 4 rounds, Sion on to 21 under, and then a plethora of FPO players 15 to 20 down. So this course can be shredded, but if we go back 2 years ago, Valerie Manduhano, she dominated the field and didn't quite get to that 20 under. So this year, I'm expecting somewhere in the 5 to 8 under par average per round to be able to stay competitive out here.
Well, they're playing the more open course for the first 2 days. They're playing the West course. When you get over to the east side, the other 18-hole course, then you have to deal with a little bit more technicality. Nate, let's talk about who won last year. Kristen Tatar won 25 under par, and you said this course sets up for a lot of rollers, and it does. Kristen didn't do that. Kristen's not the kind of player to be laying down those types of risky shots, and she's not here. We talked about this at our show last week. Kristen broke her rib, kind of a freak accident, renovating her house over in Estonia, and is not going to make that trip back because of a broken rib. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, we spoke to Owen Scoggins earlier in the week, and she said how sad she is, not only because she wants to play against Kristen. She's the one she wants to beat every week. She's the one everyone's chasing. But you never want to see that happen to someone that you love and respect so much. And she has been so beloved by the disc golf community ever since she came on the scene and started winning and showing off the dominance. I feel sad about this. But, Nate, what does this mean for the rest of the field? Does this mean the players don't have to get to 25 under?
I feel like it opens the door quite a bit. I mean, not only do we not have Tatar, but we don't have Hinner or Evelina as well. And to me, that means that the level of play required is not necessarily, it's not going to drop immensely because we still have Holland and Ella. But I almost feel, Brian, like it puts a different kind of pressure on, Missy, Holland, Ella, Owen, maybe Paige. Like they're like, oh shoot, Kristen's not here. Like that means it's me.
Week.
I have to step up and play, and that can do a lot of things to the field. Taking a look at the world standings right there, Evelina's still number 1. Owen number 2. So there we go, Brian. Without Evelina, without Tatar, Hannah, those are the 4 players that are who I want to talk about. Missy, Owen, Ella, Holland. I feel like we can throw Kat Merch in there, and I feel like Paige Pierce is kind of starting to figure out her swing. She could, blank out one of these 9s, but I feel like it's an interesting situation because, when you're missing the world number 1 and you're missing the points leader, is it an asterisk if they win? We had this discussion last week. It's an interesting thing in golf because we have a clear number 1. And when they're not there, a player goes and wins. Some of the fan base is certainly going to mention that Tatar wasn't there, that it doesn't count. But on that same hand, everyone had the chance to play this event. You had the chance to be healthy and to show up. Injuries are going to happen. So
it's a part of sports.
It is. It's a part of sports, and I feel like it's somewhat unfair to say that because Tatar's not here, that Ella's win, didn't mean as much, or that this weekend's Elite Plus wouldn't mean as much.
It absolutely means a ton. And we look at the golf that Ella Hansen shot at the OTB Open. That could have easily won if everybody else was in the field.
Yeah.
I mean, Ella played phenomenal golf. We talked to her earlier in the week. She talked about how, she had her first bogey-free round ever since joining the tour. She had her first elite win. I mean, Nate, Ella is leveling up as a player week in and week out. I love how she's reflecting on her mistakes on this really micro level. She's really zoning in on what the final frontier is for her, and that's just decision making. I mean, execution's a thing that the best players are always going to worry about, but she worked with a sports psychologist this offseason. She's talking about getting better at making decisions when the pressure is on, and this is what makes a champion. Let's hear what Ella had to say about that in her own words at the press conference this week.
I think a lot of the sports psychology things are getting nerves and decision making and regretting errors and things can be really hard to address as a player. It feels kind of embarrassing sometimes to be why did I make that mistake? And so for me, I think working directly on that was helpful just for normalizing it and being okay, it happens, being able to sort of think more analytically about it instead of emotionally. I think I also have just built more trust in my skills, and I think when I first started playing disc golf, I didn't play a lot of par 4s and 5s, and so when I got out on tour and there's par 4s and 5s, my brain was just okay, throw it as far as you can, and so I think trusting my skills, that I can kind of throw a more controllable shot that might not go as far and still be able to give myself an opportunity for a birdie, has been really important.
Some wise words from Ella Hansen, who again has been working a lot on what me and you have said she needed to work on for a long time, and it's that mental game, it's that decision making coming down the stretch, and it's clearly paying off for her. I have a question for you, Nate. With the world number one and now the DGPT points leader not here in the field, is Ella Hansen the favorite to win this tournament?
If she can bring that same attitude that she brought last week, that pure focus that she showed us, and the forehand approaches, I think she's the favorite. I still am a firm believer that Holland Hanley is the best athlete in the field right now. When I watch her throw, I believe her more than anybody else on where the disc is going, how much control she has over it. It's interesting how much Ella and Holland's stories kind of mimic each other, right? They both are extremely talented, are still figuring out how to golf, but more importantly, they're figuring out how to find that winning mindset. They both have done it in rounds 1 and 2. Ella was the first one to do it on the Elite Series in round 3. Holland did it at Throw Pink. She found that state of mind from the chase card. Now, can Holland kind of shake that off? Because she was the best player through, the first 2 rounds at several of these Elite Series events, but just had that mental collapse. She did it at chess.com. She did it 2 weeks ago at OTB. So I still feel like Holland has a slight leg up physically over Ella. Now it's just a matter of, can she push through that wall in the final round? And then I can't leave out Missy or Owen, and I think Paige Pierce can have something to say about these 4 other athletes as well. So,
man, there's just so much to think about. I mean, every time we count Owen Scoggins out, it seems like she can rally right back no matter what the courses are. It seems like this course sets up really well for that long flex sidearm. I know we even saw Missy Gannon breaking out some sidearms on these courses last year. So we can't count her out. She seemed a little burnt out in the press conference earlier in the week. But again, when a player's up against the ropes like that, sometimes the tournament adrenaline takes over, like she said. So I think her, Missy, and again, I'm interested to see what Holland does this week. We are all waiting for her to step up and take one of these down. She's come so close so many times. Let's real quick remind you all what the Elite Plus means for the Disc Golf Pro Tour in regards to points. PDGA Major counts as 200 points if you win. 100 points for a traditional Elite Series event. Again, there are no silver events this year like there were in years past. But now Elite Plus events, these 2-course, 4-round tournaments, are worth 125% of the points of a normal Elite Series event. And then we have the 2 playoff events towards the end of the year. So players are ready to move up the leaderboard in the point standings and sweeten the pot a little bit as we get closer to that Tour Championship in Charlotte, North Carolina at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's a big week. And, we're talking about Owen Scoggins. Brian, we're sitting up here at the driving range. Players are warming up just below us. And she said that she's, burnt out. She went back to LA. She's kicking it on her couch. But then we look down here and she's just burying 50-footers. Like it's nothing. And that's what she does. It almost doesn't matter how burnt out she is. I really feel like Owen almost plays to that potential every time because it's so simple for her, right? She's flexing the backhand, flexing the forehand, and then burying putts. Every now and then we see her, get a little shaky on the green, like last week's final round at Swenson. But she kind of sets that standard. Like she's going to shoot, 4 down per round out here. Like pretty much no matter what, I've got Owen shooting 16 or better here at Glendoveer this week. So it doesn't matter how much time she spent on her couch. She's right there below us, knocking down C2 putts like it's nothing.
She is all business alongside of the rest of the FPO field. We're going to send it down to the ground very soon. But on the other side of the commercial break, we got to do Perks Picks, and we got to talk about the man who cannot be stopped, Calvin Heimburg. We'll talk Calvin very soon.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan. Skulle du visa?
Hi,
Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Prince of Southern royalty was born of a plastic stone.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
And welcome back, folks. We are going to key in on a very special hole here on the West Course at Glendoveer. Hole number 4, eagleable par 4, tight gap off the tee. There's a water carry. There's a layup zone if you want to take an easy 3, but is it an easy 3? Not really.
Nope.
Nate, talk about it.
It's not an easy 3, Brian. I mean, the layup is, sub 300 feet, and then you're throwing over the water. The basket is tucked in between the water and the golf green, and it slopes down toward that water. The only true safe spot to land is circle's edge long of this bucket, and then you're putting back toward the slope right there. I think we're going to see most of the field send this, if you ask me, or at least 75% of the field is going to send this. If we do have wind, it's going to be a slight tailwind. Last year, I believe we had 8 eagles through 2 rounds. I'm going less than 8.5 eagles this week, Brian. What do you got for hole 4?
Well, this is an interesting one to kick off the Perks picks. I'm going to take the over. The slight tailwind, the fact that now the players have some experience on this hole. You have players probably going home after last year's event going, I think I know the line. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Maybe some players that tried laying up and failed, they're going to come back and try. So I think we're going to see more than 8.5 eagles this weekend. Nate, we did another pick 2, but we did a different type of pick 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let us in.
Well, there's so many players in the field, and often we're picking those 1040, 1035 rated guys. This week, we're trying to pick 2 below 1030. There's no question that if you're 1025 rated, you could pop off and win the tournament. Who's it going to be this week? I've got the champion, Adam Hammis, 1029 rated, I believe. And then I've got Gavin Babcock, who's had a great season. We haven't seen him much on camera, but 2 top 10s over the past 4 weeks, including a top 5 at Swinton last week. And I think that he can dominate out here with the big power forehand.
Listen, I have a ton of respect for both those guys. Especially a guy like Gavin Babcock, who was out here on the road full-time doing the van life when he was 970 rated or so. This guy has committed full-time to this game for multiple years. It's good to see him get the results, but I think the other Gavin's going to get him this week. I'm going Gavin Rathbun, and then I'm going for the man himself, Sullivan Tipton. He graduated college. He had a great finish at OTB. You know who else did that? Isaac Robinson graduates college, makes the trip up to Portland, and gets 4th place and kicks off an incredible career for himself as well. So those are my picks.
Those are good picks.
Nate, we got one more. What do you think?
So we're choosing the total FPO score. This is always the more difficult task here. Last year, 25 under par, a few years ago, 15. So better or worse than 20? It's pretty cold on these Portland mornings, and we might have rain on something worse than 20.5, Brian.
I'm gonna take the over. I am. I really believe someone's gonna get close to that 2,500 par mark because of the bar that Kristen set last year and the fact that the wind is down. More players than ever going to be able to get to that point if they can handle it. If they can handle the length of these courses. We're going to jump a little bit to the MPO division. Let's listen to the man who has won the past 2 Disc Golf Pro Tour events, Calvin Heimburg. Let's take a listen.
For me, if I go home at the end of the day and I messed up trying to do something I thought I could do, it's way easier than trying to play safe and messing up the safe play. Like it's much harder for me to digest when I go and reflect on my round. if I kind of deviated from a game plan, tried to play safer and messed it up, because you see it happen all the time. Like, and I think a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that when I come out and practice these courses, I don't necessarily practice the layup play very often. So like the layup play is almost like a brand new play, and if you're trying to do it in the tournament, that probably isn't the greatest option. But yeah, I really do think if you feel confident in a shot, you should take it, even if, you know, maybe the numbers say it's more risky. I mean, those numbers are probably based on the field and not necessarily you, based on, you know, how you've been practicing and how you've been playing.
Well, Cavan is clearly enjoying the floodgates being opened, because at the DDO, he wins his first tournament in over a year despite being the PDGA world number one, and then carries that momentum right into the OTB Open, winning in an incredible battle against Gavin Rathbun. Calvin looks fantastic right now. Nate, what do you think?
Yeah, he really does. And, you know, he won on 2 courses that are comparable to Glendoveer. Both are, you have to really be able to throw the disc hard. I mean, in Emporia, Kansas, I feel like, you know, outside of the Parker Welk victory last year, that's one of the courses that only the big boys win at. Yeah. You know, you've got to be able to go 500, you know, on a flat line. That's exactly what Calvin does. And then Swenson is comparable in the distance, but the low ceiling out there at Swenson, I don't know if you heard the Sean Jack joke. He's like, hey, Calvin, why did it take you so long to win the low ceiling open? You know, and he's right. Calvin's always played well at Swenson, but he was able to take it down. And for me, it's that he's got his putter back. Like, he has given himself as many Circle 2 looks as AB and as Gavin this season, but the putter has been hit or miss for him, and that's why he kind of tapered off at the end of last season, was because he just kind of lost the putt. Now it's back. Like, he's 90% in C1 right now, and then he's given himself 30 to 40% in shallow C2. So if Calvin can keep that putter hot this week, I personally feel like he's the clear favorite at Glendoveer.
There's no question. Yeah. Absolutely no question. Yeah, I mean, people are saying that this course sets up for the roller really well. I don't care.
Yeah.
Kristen won last year without throwing any rollers. Calvin doesn't need to at this point. I don't care about his forehand. I don't care how much power he has in it. This is actually some great practice for throwing those long turnover shots. I mean, there's a lot of space out here, especially on this West course. Yeah, you got to get a little bit more technical on the East, but I think the fact that we're starting here on the West course is not good for the rest of the field.
Yeah, the West is long. It's you're not just going to show up here and accidentally birdie some of these holes on the West. I mean, you have to shape something out at 450 just to get to the landing zone. And the back nine is one of the toughest and longest back nines that we're going to see. The average distance to birdie is higher than any other back nine that we see all season long. There's, 470 par 3 up on the mound over OB. I mean, if you're not feeling your max distance drivers, you're going to be laying up, a decent portion of those holes.
Well, a man that we need to listen to as well, Gannon Burr, the current points leader for the MPO division, gave us some thoughts on this course and his overall game this week at the press conference.
What do you think you need specifically to kind of separate yourself from AB, from Calvin on a course like Glendoveer?
You can't take bogeys. You need to have a good game plan. Every hole out here is about advancing down the fairway. There's a couple of holes where I'm really it doesn't look like the most aggressive shot off the tee, but it's always going to give me a chance. How I kind of play courses this year especially, and it's kind of been my game plan throughout my career, it's helped me be consistent, is just always giving myself a chance. So even when I'm playing bad, I still get a decent amount of birdies. If I give myself, 12 Circle 2 or closer looks, I'll probably end up getting 8 to 9 birdies a round, which is plenty as long as you don't bogey. Averaging 9 down a round can win you a tournament. And so I'm thinking out here, winning score probably around 33 under we're probably looking at. So you got to play consistent every round. If you don't lose it in the first round, I think you have a pretty good chance. The West course is a little more difficult to score on. And so tomorrow, just looking to start off hot. I remember last year had a really bad start to this event. I was in like 75th after the first round. Came back and got 9th place. So And the first year I played this course, I got 4th. And so I think with how I'm playing this season, if I can just stay hot early, I think I have a chance.
It always seems like Gannon loves when the expectations are not high. Whenever he seems to get behind early, he rallies back. He's at, I believe, 75th place and then rallied back to a top 10 finish. This is what we see him do often. Whenever he starts hot, that's when he's pretty much shoe-in to win the tournament. And out here at the West Course, do you feel like he's got the distance to tame this course for 2 rounds?
Oh, distance is absolutely no problem for Gannon. And with the wind being down, it's going to peak at 4:30, 5 o'clock, but maximum 15 mile per hour gust. And when the wind's down, when he finds that distance link putt, I mean, we talked to him a couple weeks ago. He told us that he sometimes is hyzer flipping the putter. The only player I've ever really heard talk about that. And when he does figure it out, he's going to give himself circle 2 looks. When he starts burying those, Brian, is when he starts winning tournaments. He said he's going to give himself 12 C2 or better around on a bad day. I personally think he could give himself 16 to 18 C2 looks if he finds the driver. The links have been falling for him lately. No question, he's one of the contenders for Calvin Heimburg and AB.
And again, last week he was saying how bad his game felt. And I talked to Alden Harris and I was like, hey, is he messing with us?
Yeah.
He's got to be messing with us. He's the number 1 player on the tour right now. And Alden said no. He'll play a horrible looking round and manage to save a 7-8 under par in practice. And Alden looked at me and said, when he does figure it out, whatever it is he needs to figure out, the rest of the field should be very, very scared. A guy that we need to worry about right now is Anthony Barella. Anthony Barella is another guy, one of the best players on tour. He's had kind of a slow stretch. He's won 3 events early on in the year, but haven't seen his best stuff recently.
Yeah, I mean, 2 finishes outside of the top 10, 14th and 18th, but honestly, he can learn some stuff from that. Like, it's not always going to be a walk in the park. And yeah, it was a weird tournament at Jonesboro, and then he still found the winner's circle. He can still take positives from those 14th and 18th place finishes, and he can use that fuel to fire him up this week. And when the wind's down, a course like this, if I'm a fan, I want to watch AB rip these.
It is a special place to watch disc golf, that's for sure. FPO action for our feature cards about to go down. We're going to send it down to the DGN booth. Take a look at some hot rounds so far. Stacy, 3 down through 8. Who will take down the event? We'll just have to see. We'll see you soon.
Help! It's a weed.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Welcome back to the Portland Open. Let's make some noise!
this event is starting to fulfill its promise of being one of the biggest and best events in the world.
He's got a 20-footer for the win. Oh. Well, win for Drew. Huge win.
Age Pierce Championship title, Portland Open.
Your Portland Open champion, Valerie Monduhano!
It's one for the ages.
Absolutely.
For the win.
Adam Ennis.
Welcome into beautiful Portland, Oregon, in Glendevere West for the opening round of the Portland Open, presented by Latitude 64. Ella Hansen got her first Elite Series win at the OTB Open and left the monkey in Stockton. Can she go back-to-back on tour? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch some disc golf. There's beautiful Mount St. Helens, and there's us. We're hanging out around 1 West.
This is one of the most incredible booths and events of the entire season. The Pacific Northwest is so excited to have the tour back in town.
And we are jumping right into the action. Emily Weatherman already making a name for herself on tour, Zoe.
And it happens so quickly. Our division's growing so fast and the talent is vast.
For a share of the lead, count it.
Circle 2 stats being boosted, and look at that scorecard. 3 down on the West course is a very good scorecard to have at this point.
Let's roll back that Zuka replay. Yes, please. That's a great distance putt, too, Zoe. You know, it's not going anywhere if she misses.
Yeah, and I'm also noticing the hyzer in her putt. She really trusts that left-hand finish turn right into the middle of the chains.
Sophia Dunica also has a birdie look.
Another big putt. Cashed in, also at 3 down. A little more color on the scorecard. Sophia's doing great work out here on the West course as well.
We got to look at her in OTB. Zoe, she's good.
So many new
huge
people
talent. Yeah,
coming up.
And welcome into that booth in Oregon, Portland, Oregon. That is. I'm Ian Anderson. That's Zoe Andyke over there. Sophia Dunica, a new name on tour. Ella Hansen was a new name on tour a couple years ago and just came off her first Elite Series win.
Ian, that's right. You just mentioned it. Ella left the monkey off of her back in OTB. She finally won a Disc Golf Pro Tour event. She is looking stronger than ever. She's always placed well here in Portland, Oregon. She's comfortable in the Pacific Northwest. She's from the area, Seattle, went to college in Eugene. But here's the thing. Ella has always had power. Ella has always had distance. Ella did a lot of work on her putt in the early first 2 seasons, but now her entire form feels like it has been refined to the point where she can trust every single speed of shot. She can trust her shaping, and she's got the confidence. You know, it reminds me a lot of what we've seen over the years from Anthony Barella. It took a long time to get that, quote, monkey off of his back. And once he did, he doubled down, tripled down. I look for big things to come out of Ella Hansen this weekend because of her comfort on both of these courses, the location, and the fact that she's coming off of a huge win.
With you, Zoe. Can't wait to see her attacks this course. You love her arm on this course, too. Roller games, you know. She keeps putting like this. That was kind of her Achilles heel when she first came on tour.
You're right, and I kind of mentioned that, you know, the first 2 years, it just, as long as Ella could put it under the basket, everything would be fine. Now, Ella can do it from all places in the fairway.
And taking a look at your largest margins of victory for their first Elite Series win at Ella, 7 strokes at the OTB.
And let's just talk about that for a second. 12 strokes back in 21 for Kona. Now, 2021, we did not quite have the field this huge. The size of the field so big, so much new talent. To win by 7 strokes in 2024 is a big accomplishment. We used to see this a lot when the women's division was a much smaller in numbers, but now filling out at 40, 50, and 60 competitors at each one of these Disc Golf Pro Tour events, 7 strokes winning an elite, winning a DGPT, that's incredible. And here is last week's champion warming up.
Got to get loose.
Well, and we know that Ella takes her strength training, her conditioning, and all of the practice that it takes for field work and putting practice very seriously. She's been working with a trainer throughout her entire off season now for, I believe, this is the 3rd year in a row. Again, she's putting the time in the gym, putting the time in the field, and taking really good care of herself.
And looks like we are about to fly over to our chase card, or our second feature card, as it were. Flying up the fairway of 1.
I really like the idea of walking down a disc golf fairway and turning around, looking backwards, and seeing what the shot shape requires. Now, this is a huge, wide open fairway with about a 25, 30-foot elevation loss. But this backwards flyover gives you an idea of just what that disc is doing to fly through the air.
Welcome to the 2024 Portland Open presented by Latitude 64. We are here for the first round of the FPO division here at lovely Glendevere Golf Course. Up first on one of our 2 feature cards for this 9:35 a.m. tee time out of Spokane Valley, Washington. Your champion of the 2014 Lilac City Open. Put your hands together for Sai Ananda.
Big opening drive for Sayananda, another one of the gyms coming out of Pacific Northwest. A lot of fans here supporting her.
Out of Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
Philo's about to be neighbors with Sai. She's moving to Spokane.
All right.
There, yeah.
A few more disc golf, professional disc golf industry people.
Gannon.
Gannon taking the wider, slow turnover route. This needs to get down, and it goes out of bounds on the left-hand side. Just needed a little bit more turn or commitment in that angle.
Tiny flex start, yeah. Put your hands together for Lucky Lorenzen.
She's so solid, Zoe. You know?
And she just continues to do what she needs to do to stay within the top 20 or the top 10. I look forward to seeing her hoist the trophy for her first win.
Classic, Holland Hanley.
And a little bit of a conservative play for Holland Hanley. Being one of the bigger arm throwers out here, we like Holland's chances throughout this weekend on both courses. Keeping it inbounds is great.
With you. Taking a look at the Portland skyline. Get Mount Hood over here.
Oh, yeah, we do get a nice little bit of a view of the base there.
The bottom is hiding. Perk is on the ground. How's the weather feel down there? It's a little chilly in the booth, Perk, not going to lie.
And we can feel that 55 degrees here, you know, for an Oregonian or people from the Pacific Northwest. That 55 feels kind of normal, but, you know, I'm wondering, is that going to give everyone from over here a little edge up on this weekend? That humidity's A little up too, so that adds to that chill factor.
Definitely. Wind is down. Love that for the disc golf. Portland in the summer, you can't beat it, I'm telling you. Hanley lining up her second shot on one. Hanley's second is looking pretty good, Zoe.
As long as she stayed free from that golf green, and we know she's safe for the hazard, that will be a good shot, lining her up for a birdie.
Lorenzen throwing two. I'm checking out a look at our new distance markers we're putting out there on the field. I like this one there, par 4s and 5s.
I think that this is such a cool feature, especially for these big courses. We've got some long par 4s and 5s, and to know where the 300-foot marker is, and especially at 450 on the men's side, that's really valuable information. No need to take the Bushnell out, just kind of look and trust your shot.
The Gannon drive was OB. She'll throw 3 from here and try to save par.
Missy put a lot of effort into that, so much that it actually didn't hyzer back for her. It just continued to fade. She's a little bit out of position and potentially will have a tree challenging her approach. That first bunker from the tee pad is actually 490 feet. So that gives you some perspective on just how far this basket is.
And I'm going to bring in the third member of our broadcast team. Nate Perkins is on the ground. Nate, we're taking a look at size, second shot. All yours.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty calm out here, but there's a little bit of northwest breeze right in Sai's face. It might actually help turn this one over. She's going kind of straight at it, and yeah, that wind is kind of helping it turn over a little too much. But I think she found safe. She's outside of C2 on the safe side.
Thank you, Nate.
And that's all you really want, honestly, Ian. I know it's going to be a long putt for her, but being safe on that second approach shot is all that really needs to happen. We're just in round 1. This is an Elite Plus.
I'm kind of remembering last year a hole 1, and it was kind of a sucker's hole. You know, going for it with that guarded green, Zoe.
That's right. That's it. You're totally spot on that, and the players now start to know these courses, and they know when it's appropriate to be aggressive and when you just got to play smart golf. Take a look at this graphic. We're talking about 125% of the points. Now, we've got women that are in the middle of the pack and just out of the pack for the Tour Championships, and when you're at an Elite Plus, you've got to be thinking every shot matters from round 1 all the way through round 4 with those kinds of points on the line.
Lorenzen from the hazard and her 4th. And we'll grab hopefully a 5 after that. She's like,
oh.
Did it stake? Perkins, can you talk to us about that Lorenzen 4th? Did it get hazard again?
Yeah, I think it did. There's a chance it could be right on the cusp. The grass kind of comes down into the bunkers, but I think she found hazard.
I think you're right. I think I saw that slide in. Zoe, you see that too?
Yeah, I did. From hazard to hazard. Very tough way to start your 4-round event. We talked about it a little bit after
Look at that green.
Yeah, I was going to say after the press conference we were going, now you just do not need a bogey stroke. You know, the second you've collected one, you've dug your hole. And it's very hard to dig out of a hole here at the Portland Open.
Shouts to Blaine for that beautiful drone shot, giving you great perspective on the green. Gannon giving it a go, but
solid placement.
Looks like she was also in the hazard. We'll be picking up a double. Wow, that was OB to hazard for Gannon. And Ananda also in the hazard. Wow.
But that drone shot gives you the perspective. There is danger littered throughout that second or approaching this basket.
That's lovely. So that'll work for a bogey for Ananda. Which is honestly not a bad score. There's like been one birdie today, Zoe.
And who put that on
Let's
their
see
card?
What we got. Sten.
Yeah, Anniken Sten. Very smart player.
There is a layup from Hanley from the hazard. Is that the 4th in a row we've seen from the hazard? I think so.
Very well designed hole. That's all I have to say.
That's one way to put it.
Big wide open blaster, you know, downhill on your first throw for the tournament. Feels great. Then your second shot, you're going, oh boy, this is a little nerve wracking.
It makes you think early, doesn't it? And Lorenzen went into the hazard long. She'll be coming back for, I don't think this is 4. This is at least a 6.
This would actually help her card, the 6. Great putt.
Wow.
She was at circle's edge in that hazard. Tough start. Important make there.
Gannon. I don't think that was a 5. No, that's at least a 6, right? Yeah. Ugh. That is a bogey for Ananda and one of your co-leaders, Sophia Dunica, out of Canada. She's a Renaissance woman, Zoe. Do you know? Have you heard about her?
I actually have not. Do tell.
She's on like she was like the Harvard crew team and like.
Wow.
Yeah.
All walks of life and professional and experience out here on this FPO field. Talented players.
On the same Weatherman, and I'm told that is good. Does she make the putt? You'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll catch you there in just a few.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why now?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame, with a lifetime warranty, can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
Ricky, distance driver in hand. What? What just happened?
What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Introducing Disc Raptor, the best way to clean and dry your discs on the course. Make short work of mud, moisture, and dust in a quick spin. Made of quality materials that are built to last. Compact revolutionary design with synthetic turf and high surface microfiber cleaning surfaces. Lightweight and easy for travel. It's there when you need it. Welcome to the future of disc golf.
Help! I'm so weak.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man. Huh?
The Portland Open is presented by Latitude 64. Quality matters. And your feature card one teeing off in about 3 minutes. We've got a good view of Multnomah Falls right there, Zoe.
Beautiful, and you know, that's another cool thing about being back in Oregon, all these scenic views and wonderful hikes and places to visit just within 30 minutes of the area.
Take a drive out to the gorge if you ever come to visit Portland. It's amazing. Got a favorite hike in the gorge, Zoe?
Got a couple of them. I like to get over into the Cascade Locks, actually.
Ooh.
You can't go wrong. There's hundreds of trails in there.
Weatherman and her third. Turns out she didn't have a putt, but she had a nice approach for a pretty easy birdie on 13.
And that's all you want out here is get yourself those easy opportunities. Stress-free birdies and pars are gold.
Ananda approach looked decent. She'll have a chance. Gannon throwing 2.
And that will be a very easy tap-in par for Gannon. Hole 2 does lend itself to be one of the only birdieable holes on the entire property. There's a very small number of those. Hole 2 here on the west is one of them.
And there is Owen Scoggins, and you might not think she plays great out here, Zoe, but she's got the course record.
That's right.
She smashes. Sten.
And it's good.
Dang.
Playing a very solid round herself. 2 down all the way through 13.
Let's roll back that Zuka.
Wow. Such a unique step through putt. It's just such a quick action timing, not like what we really typically see. So clean though.
Hanley. That.
She was looking for the body English, leaning that one in. It was just a little high, a little right and strong.
Lorenzen.
Just slightly off the mark. Frustrating, no doubt, just on hole 2's green for Lorenzen.
Ananda.
Easy does it.
I love her putt, Zoe.
I do too. She squares up almost like she's doing a proper dance and lets the basket know when it's time. Pow, she's in. I love the rhythm and routine.
Yeah. Hanley to clean up. Holland gets the job done there. Sophia Dunica for par. You saw the last two a few moments ago. Oh no. That one doesn't find metal, and she'll have a little bit of a comebacker for bogey. But that will give Emily Weatherman a 2-stroke lead. Assuming it goes home. And Weatherman to get to 4 and that 2-stroke lead.
She does it.
Man, she has been impressive this year, Zoe.
Well, to look at taking that double bogey on the first hole and to be in the lead, I talked about it early on, how you just don't want to dig a hole, but she has dug herself out. And very impressive.
6 birdies already. And we are headed to your Feature 1 card shortly. Remember, I forget what tournament it was, but she popped up on the league card, and I was like, all right, who's this? And she hung all day long, Zoe.
Emily Weatherman. Yeah, I remember thinking, now wait a minute. Who's this new name? Okay, certainly she probably won't hold strong through the weekend, and she does, and she's continued on that path.
Portland Open presented by Latitude 64. We are here at Glendoveer Golf Course for the feature card of the FPO division. Up first on this tee time, out of Orange City, Iowa, champion of the 95 Des Moines Open and her first pro victory, winning $38. Give it up to Juliana Korver.
Also your 5-time world champion.
I love Mr. Gromit, our announcer.
He's
he
amazing.
does his homework and brings the fun and the noise.
And Korver plays well out here, Zoe.
She does. She knows these courses. She is probably writing the technique on how to golf. So she, she's going to be solid out here.
I ran into that mountain of a man right there, Jim Oates, earlier this morning. Rebecca Cox on the tee.
Inside, but just inches too high. If you're going to cut that inside line, you've got to keep it low enough. It's not necessarily breaking off too much more because you have to keep it lower.
2020 Central Park Smashdown, Owen Scoggins.
It reminds me like a monster truck announcer, Zoe.
Yes.
Hey, you buy the whole seat, but you only need the edge.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned earlier, Owen Scoggins has the record out here. Again, a lot of people don't think of her as a distance thrower, but she's holding it strong out here at the Portland Open. Super interesting. Like, never count yourself out if you can't throw as far as someone like this woman.
Ella Hansen.
A well-placed shot and plenty of distance up the fairway.
Hansen in business off one's tee. And we're going to take a look at Ann Dyke's analysis, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com. It's the premium disc golf store.
Well, on the West Course, get the early birdies. It gets incredibly difficult throughout the middle of this track, and you're going to want to bank those birdies to give yourself a padding. Play to your strengths. Obviously, never let another player's shot sway yours, but if you've had trouble or you haven't gotten the distance, remember to stay to your game plan and capitalize on every putting opportunity. Every stroke counts out here at the Portland Open.
Look at that. Look at that focus, Zoe. That putting focus. That's what it's going to take out here, Zoe.
And that's the focus it took for the 2018 World Putting Championships.
Love that. That's awesome. And if you guys were not paying attention to social media, Tatar had a stumble when doing some home renovation and bruised some ribs. Broken rib even, excuse me. So out for 4 weeks. That feels kind of optimistic, Zoe, 4 weeks for a broken rib.
Well, and I read that too, and I thought, man, the optimism and the drive and the heart of our player, Kristen Tatar, she wants to be here. She wants to play. She needs to rest.
Yeah, but it's a big opportunity for the field. And maybe this woman, Rebecca Cox, she's been playing well this year. She's been bubbling up. Attacking this very guarded green.
Can it get left, but not too left?
I don't see it, Zoe.
I don't think that was left enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just play this one for par.
And if you get lucky to be in position for the birdie, that's great.
Yeah. On 14, your leader, Emily Weatherman.
Throwing so confidently. A lot of ground play. Great shot.
Yeah, in business. Shorter par 4 at just 520. Weatherman should have no problem after that. Great drive. Back to 1. Corver, her second. Attacking this guarded. This is a great view of this shot. Oh, does it sneak out? No.
Oh, just short of being safe. I thought that was plenty good. You guys, that bunker is huge.
Yeah.
And trying to get as close as possible is every player's goal.
Ananda on the tee of 3. Oh. Oh, my.
And that is basing it for the birdie. Beautiful.
We're back to 1 for Hansen in her second. This looks aggressive, Zoe.
And she has the power to do it. It's high enough, and if it's stable enough, it'll get there.
Oh,
plenty
smart
safe
play from Hansen. That's what I'm doing. Just pitching out in that fairway, pitching over, grabbing my par.
That's right.
You've seen so many big numbers on hole 1 and just 1 birdie from the field. Weatherman, her second on 14.
And you can see how those trees they're littered all over the green. Just to get through one of those doorways is very hard.
Lorenzen.
She's found her mark. That putt looked solid, right on the center pole.
Back to Scoggins and her second.
This is going to be plenty safe.
She's doing it, Zoe. She's playing for par.
A seasoned vet.
Right.
She's got her game plan.
Gannon has a birdie look on hole 3.
And she capitalizes. So that will help get her back down to 1 over.
Yep. Third for Weatherman.
And a tricky shot. She's got to beat 2 sets or 2 layers of trees here. She's out in circle 2. Based it. That's perfect. Tap in. Very smart play.
Corver from the hazard will throw her 4th.
One of the best putter throwers in the game for decades and decades. You can always count on Juliana's approach shot to the basket being, you know, within the bullseye.
Rebecca Cox will also throw her 4th. And that should work for a 5.
This hole 1 west is one of the slighter mounds that the basket is perched on top of. We've got a few of those throughout the east and west course. And if you're at the base of this hill, you're within under 20 feet.
Scoggins in her 3rd to set up par.
Okay, I was a little bit worried. I was just getting ready to let the crowd know 16 feet deep of the pin and 25 left is also out of bounds.
Wow. Ella throwing her third.
Oh, sit down for her. All right, very good. Nice and easy approach.
Jumping ahead to Sten to get within one of the lead. It's a birdie look. Hole 14, we saw Weatherman. Her approach get parked for par.
Oh, it just chains out to the right, about 1 inch to the left, and that was going to be in.
Yeah. We are looking at Ella Hansen, who's looking at Rebecca Cox. She has a putt for bogey. Fantastic putt from Rebecca Cox. That could have devolved quickly with a miss. That mounted green, the hazard behind, you'd love to see that find the bottom. Ella lines up a par putt. And that par losing a stroke to just one woman in the field today. Korver looks at bogey.
Those are so painful, and you just don't ever like to see it happen to a player. And it's the first hole on round 1, so let's hope that she can just erase that out of her memory. Short-term memory right away.
Yep, no doubt. That was a nice par from Scoggins, an unfortunate double for Korver after just barely leaking into the hazard and coming up a couple inches short on that bogey putt. Lorenzen throwing her second on hole 4.
Such a well-designed golf hole. You just got to kind of break this hole down into 2 pieces and make sure your approach looks like that.
That was a great one, Lorenzen. Weatherman, she's on the tee of 15.
And that's a great shot. I didn't see it hyzer back out, but you want to be at least in the center of this fairway, if not a lot more left for the better positioning. But the first job is get out the 10-foot gap, and she did it.
Second job for Gannon on 4.
Stay down. And it stays safe for her. That is fantastic, especially with that little roll. On hole 4, OB is 15 feet left and 17 feet right.
Hanley with the same shot.
Very skinny, narrow landing zone.
Just carry it across the green. It will not. That is OB for Hanley. She will have a putt for par, though.
Yep.
Pretty close. Let's fly hole 2, Zoe.
Yeah, we like this one. It's a par 3. It's only 327 feet, and it's downhill. I mentioned it earlier, but a lot of the players are feeling that this is a must-get birdie. You want to capitalize off the opportunity. Almost every player in the field is taking it out left. The entire fairway is lined with OB, but you can see from the graphic on the right, OB doesn't start until much later on the left-hand side. That way they can play a forehand or a lefty backhand. Get some ground play and just get yourself in there for the putt. All of the trees are in the middle, so it's take the right side or the left side and get yourself a putt.
Scoggins has the tee after the par on 1.
This fairway is only 100 feet wide, or I could say this fairway is huge. It's 100 feet wide. However you want to feel about it or whatever helps your confidence, that's the shot by Owen Scoggins.
Showing you how to do it. Perfectly done. Hansen, like she will follow those vapor trails high.
I was just going to say the only thing you have to do is keep it low enough, but she's safe from all of the low-hanging branches.
Nate, we've got Rebecca Cox on the tee now.
Yeah, just a little bit of headwind right here picking up for her. She pured the gap. It's flipping up. It's actually hyzering off a little early, but that's a clean swing right there for Rebecca.
Nicely done.
Oh, sorry, and we just don't see very many players take that middle route. And back to back, we had Rebecca Cox and Juliana Korver. That headwind picked up her disc a little bit, but she stays safe.
Pin high out in circle 2. Maybe a little long even.
Wow, back-to-back center drive, you know, taking that middle route. You just don't see it very often.
Weatherman on 15's fairway, throwing her second.
This hole requires the player to do a lot of homework and understand where the landing zones are.
Yeah.
The first shot, you know, getting out the gap is the only job there, but the second shot, you have to know where you want to place it. There's OB.
That was Hanley for par back on hole 4. Will turn into a bogey. Ananda, a birdie look. Oh, maybe par?
Sinks it. A very important make.
Blaine peeking in for us with our Flight Factory drone. It's your feature card. Looks like we got Rebecca Cox down there. In circle 2. Looking at 2. Not to be for Rebecca. Korver also in circle 2 with a birdie look, hoping to erase at least one of those strokes from hole 1.
Oh, yes. Step right through and into that big birdie. That feels excellent after that first hole.
Amazing. Disc golf, Zoe.
You
know?
gotta love it. Keeps you coming back for more every
It
time.
does. What a make from Korver. This is deep, 50-footer at least.
And she just flows right through it. Her body takes all of the energy and just puts it in the basket.
What does Jim Oates think about it? That's a world champion right there. That's approved. I think Perk liked it too back there.
Ooh.
Hansen came up short, gives it a bid for 2.
Good looking pace on that putt though.
I agree.
Yeah.
And Scoggins, what a drive by this woman. Hansen for par. Couple birds, couple pars from your feature card. They are on their way to 3. Let's jump ahead and watch Emily Weatherman throw her third on 15. Par 5. This should be attacking that guarded green, Zoe, right?
That's right. And this is a cool position to see the OB that they have to lay up as close as possible just to get themselves an easy look at the basket. I'm not sure that one stayed safe.
I think so.
I think it did. Yeah.
Let's hope so. Gannon has a comeback birdie look on hole 4. You want this one to go in. It does. Gannon. Big money Missy, Zoe.
Ice in the veins,
Seriously.
death in the background. She got it.
Sten has a birdie look on 15. Looks like circle 2, lining up the step through.
Super close, super clean.
Lorenzen for birdie on hole 4. You saw the approach a while ago. Well done. Nice bounce back for Lorenzen after the double bogey start. And Weatherman to grow the lead. Oh. Just dribbles out on the pro side.
Just a little bit, but it doesn't hurt her. Remember, she's still got 2 strokes on the field, and that's going to be a par.
Truth. Scoggins, tee of 3. Oh, move that disc, Zoe.
She continues to gain distance.
Wow.
I think she's getting younger, too, instead of older.
I think you're right. Korver, you can put her on that list as well, Zoe.
That's right. In hole 3, there's not a lot of danger. No real trouble. OB is not in play until it's deep, so really good shot. A couple shots there.
Korver catching the last one on the way in. Hansen. Ooh, overflexed from Hansen.
Oh, there is OB on the right-hand side. It's just very wide. It's quite far over there. I think she's all right.
All right. And Rebecca Cox. It looked high out of the hand.
Yeah, I actually was afraid she was going to hit that first set of branches, but she beats them, and she's in circle 2.
All right. Gannon, tee of 5. Birdied the last 2 to erase that bogey from 1. Or double bogey, excuse me. Ooh.
What a shot. Full flex, hits the pin. Oh my goodness, take another look.
Let's take a look at this powered by Naqua moment by Missy Gannon.
Pure trust. Excellent. The flex shot, hers actually kind of hyzered before the tree. All you have to do is beat that tree that we saw her land left of. Doesn't matter if you go to the right or the left, the basket's about 50 feet behind it.
Back to your feature card, and Hansen for her second. Drive not great, just trying to grab a par.
Fantastic jump approach.
From Hansen to Hanley with a par putt. Wow.
Making good on that. That was a clutch par save.
It was. She's putting a lot of pressure on the putter early, Zoe.
We can feel the wind miles per hour right here in the booth.
Oh, wow.
I'm feeling, a little bit of gusts. We're getting some intel from Nate on the ground, too. I think that the wind picked that putter up over the basket.
Yeah, especially when you're putting up an elevated pin and headwind and get that little extra lift. Now coming back for par, Scoggins.
Oh, solid make. And we right at the back of the circle, that putt seemed like it was going 100 miles an hour.
Rebecca Cox also has a look at par. Just outside bullseye. Maybe a couple more paces than that.
Oh, now that you just don't ever like to see. That was a putt that grabbed a lot of chains, and it barely got splashed out. Unfortunate for Rebecca.
Korver gets her par to the bottom. Rebecca's got that hyzer putt, Zoe. Sometimes you get those cut-throughs.
Took me, I'd say, a handful of years to get used to the style and the flight of Rebecca's putt. And now that I understand it, I feel the confidence. And you can tell when she's over the rim and when you can tell when she's going to make it.
Yep.
It's very unique, and actually I can't think of any other player in the FPO field that has a putt like hers.
Weatherman.
Got herself to an open space just outside of the circle on 16. And makes good on another birdie. Ian, she's 5 down.
Wow. Big make from Weatherman. From the lead, too.
Emily came to play here. She wants these Elite Plus points.
She has a 3-stroke lead right now. And we saw 2 birdies from Gannon. Here's the 3rd in a row on hole 5 under par.
And that sounds about right for Missy Gannon, and opening up with a struggle hole.
Yeah.
Stringing together a turkey.
Taking a quick breather as we look at the scores. Weatherman has separated nicely.
Got a nice little stack up at 2 and 1 down. See Paige Pierce up and tied for 6th.
There we go.
And she's on the 12th hole now. A few more opportunities. Sophia holding strong.
And we had Paige out for Champs Chumps, and she was smashing the disc, Zoe.
Yeah, it's really fun to see her ironing out, getting back from her rehabilitation.
Yeah.
We see the distance and we see more confidence, especially after the OTB Open.
There's the drive for Scoggins. All you need off the tee of 4. Corver.
Very similar looking shot, well placed.
Hansen.
And again, this hole is 485 feet, so if the players can dial their discs down to about a 250-foot shot and another 250-foot shot, they're right there for the birdie. There's a lot of OB, so doing your homework and understanding the speed you want to throw is very important on this hole.
Cox leaving a little shorter than the rest, but still in business. Sten. That's shaping beautifully.
I think she's in the bullseye, and this, it's a bit more open for that left-handed route, and she piered it.
Missy Gannon now on the tee of 6.
And this is going to produce a very good distance shot for Missy. All you got to do is beat that first layer of trees and get yourself as far up this fairway as possible.
Back to 4 for Hansen and her second. This is a scary looking approach here, Zoe. Green left, water right.
Oh, and just released it a little early. It fades out into the golf green, OB left.
She'll have a long look at par after that approach. After the great drive, Sten for birdie. And to get within 2 of the lead of Weatherman.
And that may be one of the best drives on the day so far. I mean, she's literally at the edge of the bullseye.
4 with Cox in her second.
I love these over-the-top views from our drone coverage. Beautiful shot for Rebecca. She's got about 17 feet there to the pin.
Kept it nice and low, kind of used it as a backstop, Zoe?
Yeah,
in a way?
I think so. And that grass is very grabby, almost like Velcro grass right there by the pin.
Yeah, I like that play. Over to Corver.
And this needs to fade back. Does nicely.
Oh my.
Just outside of the bullseye for Juliana.
Scoggins should be next. Looks like. There she is.
She's taking it high and wide and throwing a faster speed disc, but gets away with it perfectly. She's just out of the bullseye as well. Very happy about it. No surprise there.
Emily Weatherman now on a tee of 17. Your leader by 2 after the birdie by Sten.
She's got to get out that initial 1/3 of the fairway gap. And I don't think any player has to really worry about throwing too long OB here, just placing themselves nicely for their approach.
Sten on the same.
Beautiful.
That one got, I don't think the Weatherman disc got out, Zoe. Did you see it?
I didn't see it. I mean, the release looked good, but I didn't see it come out the chute. So that's the only bit of trouble you can have on this hole.
Back to 6 for Gannon in her second.
From the tee shot. And the FPO division is trying to get to the base of the hill. If they're getting up the hill, they're getting great distance. Missy Gannon put together 2 good shots. Now, look at the difference there, though. There's 2 uphill run-up approaches and 1 on flat ground. That flat ground can provide more power.
Hansen has a look at par after the OB second.
There is water in the background. Oh,
that rolls OB.
The reaction of the disc barely hitting the top of the cage. And then look at that wobble action. It picks up on edge, curls down, and it's out of bounds.
This green is diabolical, Zoe. Cox. It's a birdie putt.
Strong side, but she gets a good reaction off the disc. It sits right under the basket.
Corver. To get back to level on the day. That one does the job. Nice birdie. That is a Cox par. Hansen has this for 6. Hansen gets the double bogey to the bottom, but moving the wrong way. All pars and a double for Ella so far. Slow start for your OTB Open champion. Hasn't been slow for Owen, though.
Oh, Owen is in full attack mode.
And that gets Scoggins to 2 down through 4.
And when I say attack mode, I'm talking about the intensity that this player plays with. It's like round 4, beginning of round 4 energy right here in round 1 for Owen Scoggins.
She's always a gamer. Emily Weatherman, your tournament leader, in trouble on 17. It looks like I was correct. Did not get out and throws her second.
And from that position, she's made a good decision that it would be incredibly tough to get over the OB.
Oh, yeah. So now throwing her third. There's a par 4. It is short, just 5'11", so she should be able to reach this and get up and down.
Yep. This basket is placed up on the top of a knoll, so it could roll down either direction. On the short side, it would be incredibly unlucky, but you could roll to OB. On the deep side, it's in circle 2.
That looked good, though. She got the Burge bump after that throw. Gannon, her third.
Oh, very nice shot. It was actually on the perfect line to hit the basket, just a little short outside of the bullseye.
And that's for 4 in a row for Missy Gannon.
Yeah, I don't think she liked that hole one start, so she came back for her vengeance quick.
She got that chip on her shoulder quick. Scoggins, she's She's now on the tee of 5.
Nice.
It's not going to hold long after it.
Yeah, it's going to hold or fade out left. Does give her a look at the pin, though. Bit of a death putt.
Yeah, it's a long downhill look. Korver. Korver has missed the Mando, unfortunately.
Oh, no. The dreaded Mandos all over both the east and the west course.
Yep. Rebecca.
Oh, and she squeezes past that tree. She'll fade out left, but as long as you're beating that first tree line, you're in good position.
This one is a pump, Zoe, at 375. Hansen.
Ella has all the distance in the world, just has to make it left of the Mando. Look at this slow fade.
She's throwing a slower disc than the rest, isn't she, Zoe?
Yeah, definitely.
Still not quite getting there, but maybe she gives that a bid.
Yeah, I think so. She's in kind of a diagonal downhill there.
Back to 17 for Sten in her second. And up and down, and she can grab a stroke on Weatherman. And she'll have a chance. Has that left for birdie from circle's edge. Holland throwing her third on hole 6.
That'll be no problem in the bullseye.
Back to Sten for birdie. And to get within 1 of the lead of Weatherman.
Oh, yes. Ian, I get so excited about those big makes, and that was a clutch moment. She had to dig deep. She did it. Pure belief. I love how she holds this follow through. Take a look at this putt.
This is the Kevin Jones green too, Zoe.
Solid, yeah, that is
you
right.
You know, there's roll-away potential here, as we know. And wow, big stuff right there. Thanks for rolling back that Zuka.
Yep.
Ananda. Ooh, Sai with a nice putt as well.
A little slam dunk.
We're going to roll this one back as well.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
You know, making it from the circle's edge sometimes feels better than a circle 2 make. Like, that circle's edge is such a challenging distance.
Weatherman did go a little long on the approach, has this for par. Oh no, it does sit though, and we will have a tie at the top as a 2-stroke swing happens right there on 17. Gannon for birdie, and 4 in a row back on hole 6. You knew that was dropping home, Zoe.
That's right. She's on a tear. She's got a good streak of birdies going.
I like Gannon's game out here. I like Gannon's game on every course, let's be honest.
Yep.
Yeah. She is amazing. Your scores, that tie, they're sitting 2 clear of Scoggins, but Own and Gannon both on some heaters right now. Speaking of Scoggins, her second.
It's just a little bit out of the range that she wanted to go for, but it looked like she was giving it a semi-bid.
That's a tough approach with that downhill.
Yep.
Making it stop at the right spot. Over to Korver. Missed the Mando off the tee. We'll throw her third. Oh. It looks like Korver did get her layup across, though, so she'll have a putt for 4 once we get there. Hansen has a birdie look.
It looks like she's giving this one a run.
That is gutsy, Zoe.
It is, and I kind of feel like she had a little bit of pressure applied on herself after the last hole to make up for it.
I think you're totally right.
I like how the putter curled. Looks like she's got, you know, she's got a makeable putt here for the par.
Yeah. Not a ton of damage on that run.
But you're right. This is the first signs of when a player is applying that pressure already and trying to make up for a little bit of lost ground.
Corver for 4.
Solid.
Really nice putt. Hansen for par.
Also a very solid stroke. Love to see it for the comebackers.
That is Ellen Scoggins and her par putt. And Rebecca Cox had a very nice approach. Drops in par. Jumping ahead to one of your co-leaders, Sten, tee of 18.
I think the name of this hole is double Mandos. There are 2 sets of double Mandos that the players must go through. She's perfectly placed in the middle for that first set of Mandos.
Your other co-leader, Weatherman. You like that one?
Also a great drive.
Awesome. Macy Gannon has birdied 4 in a row, trying to make it 5 on the tee of 7.
And there's not a lot of holes like this. It's an ace run opportunity, but there is danger right next to the pin.
Oh, you called this. That was an ace run, and then it found the danger.
And it's in the hazard, but inside circle 1 for the putt, and that will result in a par if she can finish.
With you. We are going to sneak in a quick break on the Disc Golf Network. We'll be right back.
Champion Firebirds, KC Glow AVRs, Color Glow Toro, Halo Boss, 3 Champion Eagles. This is a new disc to my bag for 2024, DX AVR X3. Hey, I'm Calvin Heimburg, and this is my 2024 in the bag.
Hanley, tee of 7. Wow.
Underneath the basket. Now, instead of an ace run, she just wanted the tap-in birdie.
Weatherman, her second on 18.
See, I like how far left she got. That was an easy-looking second drive.
Ananda for par.
And this is actually outside of the circle in the hazard. Big putt. And she makes good. The putting is hot out here today for round 1 at the Portland Open. Sai running it down. Very happy to take that par. Take another look.
Shows you what the field can do when the wind is down, Zoe. Amazing stuff. Scoggins throwing her second on hole 6.
Fantastic play. She keeps herself on the flat ground. I think that's exactly what she wanted to do.
Looking back at Rebecca Cox from the green. It's a little low from Rebecca.
Yeah, I think she was also going for that flat ground, but she wanted a little more out of that.
Yeah, that's a lot of life in it. Lorenzen. It's a birdie putt.
Oh, yes. Downhill, looking at a hazard behind the basket. That was full confidence. She's in for the 2.
How about this show? We're getting early, Zoe. This is awesome.
If this is what the weekend is going to be looking like, I can't wait. Every hole is going to be action-packed.
Perfect. And Gannon, you saw the drive leak into the hazard just for par.
Just slightly low. That was an uphill putt for her. Unfortunate bogey
Sten on 18. Throwing her second, Zoe.
That's right. And again, well, she's behind that tree, but plenty safe of both of the double Mandos.
And back to 6 for Hansen in her second after a booming drive. Setting up the hyzer approach, Zoe, with that left side fairway hit, maybe?
Yeah, I'm guessing so, because she was so far up there that I was actually wondering how much she was going to break off. I see a little bit more flatness on that side of the hill, so I think she's done her homework and knows that that's better footing.
Yeah, you're right. We've seen eagle on this hole before.
Yep, that's right.
I want to say Tatar got it last year?
Yeah, and ran it in so hard.
Yeah.
That's right.
Cox in her third. There is work left to do. Perkins, how much does Rebecca Cox have left on the hole here on 6?
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's probably 320, but plays closer to 4 with how steep this hill is.
And Rebecca Cox with a smash up the hill, but does come up just a little short.
Yeah, and Nate got it completely right. That's about a 35 to 40 foot elevation gain.
Wow.
And at that distance, you need Ella Hansen power.
Accurate.
Rebecca got herself up there for an opportunity, though. She's just got to make a putt.
Scoggins a couple feet closer, but also a pretty big pull up the hill for her third.
Huge flight out of the sidearm up the hill. She's at a similar distance as Rebecca. She'll have to make a putt, but she is very happy about how far that got up there. Full flex.
Yeah, it was perfectly thrown. Sten her third on 18 after the second. Settled right behind this tree, unfortunately.
All right, that was pretty good distance for this standstill sidearm, like step out approach.
Hanley, she's on the tee of 8. Putting out a big drive. She okay over there, so?
Yeah, that's a huge drive. That's just impressive. I get a little jaw dropped once in a while, seeing how far these girls throw.
Speaking of dropped, Weatherman finds a tree and finds OB as a result. That's a big cooler
First real mistake we've seen, and it's on her third shot on 18.
No.
Wow.
The last throw before the last putt. Gannon back to 8, throws a big drive, trying to unwind this one.
I think a little bit of that wind gust got her disc and held it panning to the right, but she's safe.
Back to 6 for Hansen in her third. Does go to the hyzer approach.
Should we get a throw in? Ooh. I know that's what she was thinking because it was a perfectly safe and aggressive attack. Great shot for Ella.
Right there for birdie. And that will be Hansen's first birdie if it finds the bottom. Dunica throwing 3 on 18.
I like the position she's put herself in. It's just a straight shot towards the basket. All right, and she's up past that second tier, that flat tier. She's got an easy putt for the birdie.
Nice. And that will get her to 3 down if she can finish with a birdie. And we saw Weatherman having some troubles as well as Sten, so it might be a couple stroke swing there. Scoggins has a long look at birdie back on 6.
Just a little bit early out of the hands. She's going to have an easy tap in to clean up.
Rebecca Cox.
Do it. Oh. Ian, I thought that one was already in.
I was with you. That was online, and Hunting comes up just a couple inches short. Corver, also in circle 2.
Debating on the straddle or the step through. Going with the step through. Oh, doesn't even step it through. She had plenty of power there.
Yeah. Flashes across the basket. Should be an easy par, but a chance now for Hansen to grab a stroke on the card with a birdie. And she is not far off the bullseye.
Playing the hole exactly as planned, squeaking it over the rim for the birdie. Ella Hansen's got the power and the opportunity to do that, and she executed well.
Rebecca Cox gets in the par, as will Corver and Scoggins. Gannon throwing her second on hole 8. Can Gannon make a putt from circle 2? You'll find out on the other side of this break. Back in just a bit.
Alan's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at hole 7. Zoe, fly us through.
We love this one. It's par 3, 308 feet downhill the entire way. I mentioned earlier how this is like an ace run, a dangerous one though, because the hazard is located just short and left of the basket. We've seen players draw metal. We've seen players end up in the hazard. Really, the only thing you have to do is stay out of that hazard. The tree is close enough to putt from deep of the basket. You just got to know which disc you want to land right there underneath that bucket. A little bit of elevation loss, though, is usually when we see a player have to dial down to a mid-range or even a putter, especially with someone like Ella.
This looks a little left, maybe?
A little high for sure. Yep.
Yeah. Hansen will have that for par. Scoggins with the forehand play. What do you think about this one, Zoe?
I think it's great, and it was a standstill because she is actually hyzering away from the OB. Gives her the high side putt, but I don't think that's a problem. She's at circle's edge. That's the safe play.
It seems like the forehand is, if you got it, and it seems caddy approved. Cox.
And that's fantastic. That's the safe birdie drive. She is not even thinking ace. She's not thinking metal. She's thinking park job.
Corver. That might be trouble.
A little high. Get down. It's a slower speed. Yes.
Nice.
It beats the hazard, stays in circle 1, and she's got the uphill look, which is the safer look at the putt.
She's loving that result.
Fantastic.
Probably a little scared on the way there, though. But it did the job. Corver's had a roller coaster day, just 1 par. Hanley. Her second on 8 after a booming drive. And booms the upshot a little bit long, but very makeable. Fakis in a tie for 4th.
It's a good shot that gives her an open look at the putt. Tough to do on this hole. A lot of trees around the green.
Gannon has a long look at birdie on 8. And it really was a throw, not a putt. She'll have that left for par. And back to 7 for Scoggins. She has a birdie look to get 3 under, and I believe this would be a share of the lead too.
Oh no. Okay. Land safe. That she had to actually put a little more behind that. She was outside of the circle, staring straight at the hazard. Gets the tip off the top of the basket and stays safe.
So has this now to stay 1 off the lead of Sten, Weatherman, and Dunica.
And this is even farther away than she was before.
Yeah. Off the rim goes Scoggins, and that'll be a birdie to bogey for Owen. Hansen in the hazard for par from circle's edge. Just grabbed a birdie on the last. Would love to hold on to it.
I love how she took her time, gathered her confidence. A lot of times players think, oh, she's taking too long, but that's a good thing when you see Ella Hansen wait it out and really wait for that moment she's feeling it. Cashes in on that 3.
That's fantastic. Rebecca Cox has a look at 2.
And that's a great birdie to card. A lot of trouble is happening here. A lot of birdies as well. You just, you know, par is kind of an interesting score on this hole.
Korver. Chance to grab a birdie and get back to 1 over on the day.
And that hill was just a little too drastic. She switched to the straddle. Got it. That helps. And Juliana's back down to 1 over.
1 par on the day, 3 birdies, 2 bogeys and a double. Scoggins for bogey. And will now be 2 off the lead. Ananda putting for birdie. Vegas with a birdie bid. Comes up short. After we just saw Ananda do the same. Hanley, this is a birdie putt on 8.
She got it. She's strung together 4 in a row now.
2 under, 1 off the lead is Holland Hanley. That happened fast. Missy Gannon has a look at par.
Missy's second par of the day. And solid.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to 17, and Natalie Ryan in a tie for 4th.
Good position right in the middle.
Rebecca Cox now on the tee of 8. Get some nice flip on this.
Such a fun tee shot to throw. That's a 40-foot elevation loss. So I just love those big downhill shots. There's a Mando tree way up the fairway at about 500 feet, so doesn't really come into play unless like we saw earlier, you're Holland, you're throwing it a mile up the fairway, but it comes into play for the second shot.
Nice looking swing from Korver. Tee of 9, Ananda.
It's a lovely swing, rotation, and follow through. She's in the bullseye.
And back to 8 for Hansen.
Gosh, I just get so excited to see how far these throwers can throw down these big, wide open fairways with a hill. And that is a crush by Ella Hansen.
Scoggins.
You can see the angle that Owen has to put it on with that overstable disc to get the full flex back, just to get to the bottom of the hill. She does it nicely.
Tee of 9, Gannon.
Just got to make the double Mando 115 feet off the tee, and Missy says, I'll make all the Mandos through the trees and park it for the birdie right outside of the bullseye. Fantastic.
And a look down from our Flight Factory drone. Huge thanks to our friends at Flight Factory, sponsoring the drone coverage all year long. Make sure to head over to flightfactorydisc.com and grab some gear from your favorite pro. Perk, the highlights have been all over the place this morning. Talk about the action down there.
I mean, the wind's down right now, and it's starting to warm up. You know, low 60s. The grass is dry. The tee pads are dry, and you know, I feel like the scores are only going to get better from here on out.
Absolutely with you there, sir. Taking a peek at Juliana in her second on hole 8.
Wind kind of just took Juliana's approach there and kept throwing it to the right-hand side away from the basket. So she's out in circle 2 for her birdie attempt.
Hanley has a birdie putt on 9. This is for 5 in a row. The Yahtzee.
Let go of it just a little early.
That was the game of sorry instead of Yahtzee. Scoggins, sorry about that one. This one not coming back for own quite in time anyway.
Well, and you can see the same thing happened just a moment ago with Juliana. Both Owen and Juliana needed the distance with a full flex back, and the wind is just a little bit swilly out there by the basket, so it continued to hold and stay away from the basket.
You saw the drive for Gannon on 9. There's the birdie putt. Missy Gannon. Wow. You saw the drive for Natalie on 17. Now the second onto that mounded green. That's quite a bit long, isn't it, Zoe?
That is. She's on the backside, and so the OB is actually another 20 to 30 feet behind her, but she's going to have to make a circle 2 putt.
Back to 8 for Rebecca Cox in her second.
And Rebecca has that distance dialed in. She is on the bullseye line.
Ananda drops in the birdie after the great drive on 9. 1 under, 2 off the lead. It is very tightly packed still. Hansen, after the huge drive, will throw her second.
I like the looks of this, and it trickles in to be right underneath the pin.
Great touch there. Perfect distance control from Hella. Yeah, that birdie for Missy got her within 1. Same for Holland. Paige Pierce also within 1 of the lead. How about that?
That's what we like to see. Paige is crawling up the leaderboard early in the event. I do think that we've seen some strength and just a lot of positive things coming from this player. You know, it's been a really tough opening up of this season. We're halfway through now. Paige has had a lot of even, I'd say, out of top 20 finishes, and she's really striving to find that good old Paige Pierce niche.
It feels like she found a little bit of herself back in Stockton.
That's right.
Ryan with a birdie putt on 17. Oh, she does give it a bit. I saw a little bit of a roll. Hopefully that curled quickly, though.
Yeah, I think she'll be all right.
Corver in circle 2 for birdie. Back on hole 8.
A good looking shape, and actually just a little bit long.
Scoggins for birdie.
Colin Scoggins, always good for a little bit of crowd pleasing, some jumping and some smiles.
Nice to see her grab that birdie after the Berdogi back on 7.
That's right.
Rebecca Cox has a birdie putt. And Rebecca back to level on the day. 2 bogeys, 2 birdies. And Hansen should also get back to even on the day. That's one double and two birdies for her. The Corver par, and we get one more look at this Scoggins make. More highlights like this on the other side of the break. We'll catch you there.
Prince of Southern royalty was born of a plastic stone.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel. This is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Looking at the tee of 9 with Rebecca Cox. A little left, a little short for Rebecca. Maybe there's a putt over there.
Yeah, I don't think she's too unhappy with that shot.
Hansen. She might have a putt from over there behind the tree. Nate, I'm told there's a little bit of wildlife on over on hole 9. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so about 50 feet behind the tee pad for hole 9, there's a little coyote den, and there's 3 or 4 pups. The whole featured card and I just got eyes on them. Cutest little animal I've seen all year, and no doubt we'll get a camera on them at some point during this weekend's tournament.
Love it. Thank you, Nate. We had the foxes at the OTV. We got the coyotes at the Portland Open.
Juliana on the good side there of the green. A little worried about Ella, the placement of Ella's disc.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Our camera ops are the best. Well done, guys.
Very well done. Back to the action, though. Ella could be behind that huge tree. There's a tree close to the pin that you can step out either way, and then there's a tree right behind that I couldn't stretch far enough to get around either way, so we'll see.
Missy Gannon on the tee of 10. She okay over there, Zoe?
Yeah, that's a great place to be. She's got plenty of distance.
And back to 9 for Cox. Puts it over there for a par putt. 10 with Hanley. That might have missed the Mando. We'll see. Scoggins has a long look at birdie. She lays up for par instead. Nothing doing with those trees in the way.
And that's that V tree that I was talking about, and Ella's disc is right behind it, but it's on the right side. I think she's got enough room to step out.
Paige Pierce throwing her second on 17. It's about what we saw for Natalie Ryan as well. Coming back up the hill for par. Hansen for birdie.
Oh, she gives it a very, very solid run for that complete full body, like tippy toe stretch out. And she chose the difficult side, the Annie putt. Almost making it.
Yeah. There is the gang. Those are all par putts. That was no problem for Ella. Should be no problem for Owen as well. Corber. And Cox. Missy Gannon and her second on hole 10. Did you catch a tree?
Yeah, she did, but she is up on top.
So easy up and down at least.
That's right.
Paige Pierce for a birdie and a share of the lead.
It stays in there.
Oh, my.
Oh, man, that was a dribble, like a basketball effect from the cage to the band and inside. A beautiful birdie there for Paige Pierce, tying her up with our leaders.
Oh, my God. I haven't seen one like that in a while, Zoe. Maybe ever.
That was aggressive. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that
Yeah.
aggressive of a bounce.
The bottom to the band to the bottom again. Wow. And Paige Pierce, just like that, has a shared lead in your entire top 10 within one stroke right now.
Wow. This is incredible.
Hey, shouts to Raven Klein down there having a great round. Hanley one off the lead, throwing her second on hole 10. Leaves it short in circle 2. Looks like there's an angle, though, for the putt.
And it's hard to tell from our camera angles, but that's a 30-foot elevation gain up that hill. That's tough.
It is a big one.
And look at this beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest that we were blessed with for the Portland Open. You got to think about how high our drone is. Those trees are cresting 250 feet tall.
That's
for
right.
Some of those grandfather Douglas firs. Wow.
Spectators up there?
Yeah, you're just welcome.
You can give it a second if you want.
Cox on the tee of 10.
Oh, this was so low. That is certainly not the release Rebecca was looking for.
No.
Does not advance too far up the fairway.
Hansen.
Oh, I thought that drive was going to be perfect. She just clipped that low-hanging branch. Does it land in bounds?
It does, yeah. I was with you. That looked great out of her hand. Scoggins does keep it low enough.
Keep going.
Best of the bunch so far. And now Corber.
And also, because I'm not going fast, I have to never
Oh, this needs to hyzer back.
Nate, we lost that Corver disc at the end. Could you fill us in?
It kept drifting. It got back on edge, but not in time. She's a couple feet OB.
Oh, rough break there.
Well, I'm afraid she's going to have to take it, 150 feet back.
Truth, yeah. On the green of the same, Gannon has a birdie putt. Flash chains on the way in. Hanley on the same. It's also a birdie putt.
Very close. It just dropped below the cage right before going in the basket.
T of 18, one of your co-leaders, Paige Pierce. Is that okay, Zoe?
Well, she's going for the left-handed gap. It's safe of the Mando, but now she's going to have to throw a pretty drastic hyzer through that bigger gap on the left side.
There is that Paige Pierce card. Playing really nice. Pretty clean, just 2 bogeys today.
Yeah, we love to see it. Love to see everything that Paige can provide here, and the fact that she has found her stride, found her stroke, and her putt. This is exciting times for especially the midpoint of the season.
Rebecca Cox in her second on hole 10. The drive was much shorter than ideal. Don't think birdie in play, Zoe?
I don't think so. It's too far, and with that elevation gain, it plays so much farther.
It will be a tough par save for Corver as well. Before that, though, Hansen will throw her second.
With a smash, Ella could get to the top of this hill. Almost.
Yeah.
That was a very good throw.
Blaine flying us from the tee, catching up with our feature card.
You love to see the early gallery on a Thursday morning, middle of the work week.
That was the Corver third, getting up the hill. That should work for 5.
City of Portland and all of the disc golfers around the area have been excited and patiently anticipating the Portland events. You'll see a lot of people taking this whole entire week off of work just to be out here, volunteer, and spectate.
Nice. There's a ton of courses out here, a ton of awesome disc golf communities. I went and played Wilsonville Dubs last night. Awesome, yes. Awesome gang down there. Ton of fun. Actually, in fact, the third member of our broadcast team is a new Oregonian, Nate. What do you think about Bend out there? You loving it?
High quality of life in the high desert, and absolutely love living in Bend, Oregon.
Well, I can do something crazy. I can do an air hyzer like that. How about that? Should I?
Yeah, Owen's kind of out of position here, even after the good drive. She's trying to swing this forehand wide, and she did it to near perfection. She's got 50 feet left, open look for birdie.
Wow.
That is so incredible. And I love that Nate's down on the ground to give us the perspective. The camera can't always show you. It looked like that disc was parked, but for going that far up a drastic hill, it's 50-footer for Owen. I'm excited. I think we're going to see a big putt.
Fakis, her third on 13.
one of the most wooded holes on the entire property. And Lisa finds a way up to the basket. I think she's a circle one there.
I think you're right. Corver throwing her fourth. That worked. Right there.
That's right.
Putt for bogey. Rebecca Cox in her third.
Enough to get her a putt.
Yep. Hansen, it is a long look at birdie.
And I liked the solid effort.
Mm-hmm.
Just behind and left of the basket. Not a lot of work to clean up.
Hole 10 is tough, Zoe. Just 2 birdies today. Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. It plays so much longer with that uphill.
Scoggins for birdie to make it 3 for the field.
Oh, in the heart from so far back there, deep in circle 2.
That was closer to the fairway, Zoe. It was massive.
Take another look. She always brings that excitement and that flair on the putting green.
And
this is what the Portland Open champion will require, is a lot of putting like that.
Rebecca Cox follows up that putt. A nice par putt. How about that from Mount Scoggins, though? Super impressive. The other 2 birdies by a Raven Klein and Kat Murch. There is a bogey for Corver, sending her back to 2 over. Kat Murch, I saw, was 1 down. She's in the mix, so she's right there.
In the hunt and gathering a clutch birdie, like you mentioned, with Raven Klein. That's impressive.
Ella for par.
And Raven Klein doing some really good work on the course. She's put the time in over the last couple years. Last week at Cascadian Challenge, she took 2nd place.
And we are taking a look at hole 11. It is our one-shot energy hole. Elevate your game without all the fillers and fake junk. One Shot is a low-sugar, prebiotic, vegan-friendly, and plant-based. Naturally sweetened candies are infused with caffeine, nootropics, vitamins, minerals, throat-soothing ingredients, and more. Give them a shot.
And give it one shot on this fairway. It's like one of the tightest and most wooded holes on this course. Not a lot of danger. You just have to make the first 2 initial double Mando gap. It's about 45 feet off the tee. It's not very wide, but it's just not that far off the tee.
A little bit of Pier Park out here, Glendabeer, Zoe?
Yep. We've got a couple of holes owed to courses, some of the historic and infamous courses around here. This is some ode to Pier Park.
Gannon, a little bit of grip lock. Oh, is that it rolling around out there in the fairway? I think I saw it. Just about halfway down the fairway. Holland Hanley.
One of the most satisfying shots in disc golf is just releasing a laser straight line, watching it pier the gap. That's what these players are striving for on hole 11.
Holland with the flex. That was tracking nicely.
That's what you'll be able to see.
Paige Pierce throwing her 3rd on 18. You saw the first.
From here on out, the IP seems like the way to go.
And up and down, and she'll have the solo lead. Looks quite a bit short, Zoe.
And that was quite a bit of distance to cover to get up to the pin, and there's a little bit of elevation gain.
All right, back to 11 for Gannon. She did get about halfway down the fairway. Now throwing her 2nd. Hanley. Long birdie bid. And let's go back to 18. Pierce with a long birdie look for the lead. It's a layup for par. She's too smart for that. But Paige Pierce will finish with a par and to share the lead, Zoe.
It's
Hey.
exciting. Wow, and you know, she gave that birdie a really decent bid, but she was playing smart. She was just going for right underneath the basket. Looking at that scoreboard, it is exciting to see now 2 strokes separating the top 10 with Sai sneaking in there at a 1 down, but only 1 stroke separating 9 players. That's hot.
And welcome into the booth at Glendoveer. Looking at hole 1 behind us, Ian and Zoe. What do you make of the day so far, Zoe?
Exciting.
Yeah.
If this is round 1, I'm already on the edge of my seat. The putting, the footage on the putting so far in our field is huge. The drives are exciting. These courses are what an Elite Plus requires, and it's going to be hard to keep myself sitting during this whole weekend, I can tell.
It's great course design. It really makes for really scoreable holes, makes for exciting watch. I love what they've done out here. Great
Absolutely.
job by the whole team.
Love this backdrop and this booth.
Yeah.
You can see hole 1 action right behind us. Love being in Portland.
Yeah, same here. We're going to jump back out to the course. Lisa Fakis with a birdie look. Not the B for Lisa. Paige to get off the course with a share of the lead, and she does it.
The start she was looking for.
Yeah. And she is coming off her best finish of the season, 5th at the UTB Open. And that's her best since last year here at Portland.
She's got a very good track record here at the Portland Open. She's been a previous champion. Loves being in the Pacific Northwest.
And like we said earlier, she looked just fantastic in Champs. Chumps was absolutely just smashing the disc. Had some great putts too.
Yeah, you could feel the energy and the excitement coming off of the Champs versus Chumps round. I was able to be lucky enough to witness it. She was feeling it, and like I said, she's already found her confidence. Paige Pierce is back.
Scoggins, T of 11. Goes to the flex. Okay, that works. That's Scoggins' range.
That's right. Just out in circle 2.
I want to know what she's laughing about over there. Rebecca Cox next to D. Rebecca didn't get the turn she needed on that one. She'll have about half the hole left. Hansen.
Just needs to turn.
Oh, it was just starting to before it hit that tree.
Just a little over halfway up the fairway.
And Juliana.
Oh, and she got a little bit of turnover angle on that, but she stays safe. And she's out in the fairway just outside of circle 2.
Hole 14's tee, Lisa Fakis, who is just 1 off the lead. It seems like the entire field just kind of went off the lead, Zoe.
Yeah.
It is tight right now. Solid drive. But like we saw 14, the second shots in the meet there, Zoe.
That's right. That was pretty considerable distance for Lisa, too. She's pretty happy with that shot.
Back on 12, Missy Gannon.
What a lovely shot, weaving through those trees, just getting herself up into circle 2.
second now for Fakis on 14.
And it's tricky. A little bit of a poke and hope. You just have to really peer the gap you're going for to access this green. Trees are littered all throughout circle 1 and 2.
I think she peered the gap she was going for. That looked great. Back to 11 for Hansen in her second. That's trouble, Zoe.
A little early release and a few trees between her and the basket.
Cox also a ways back.
And that skip just past the pin.
Corver in the fairway.
Giving it a miniature run, but she released the disc quite early. She'll have a putt to make.
Tee of 12 with Holland Hanley.
I liked the height, but she just barely spilled it over into an Anheuser angle, burning it into the ground. Not a lot of distance covered.
Scoggins for birdie. And that would have been the third birdie of the day on hole 11 as well. Not to be Brown. Hansen for par.
Little high, a little early. She's just outside of the bullseye, though.
Is Ella still out?
I think it's taking a minute to kind of figure out who's out.
Playing the who is out game.
A little bit of wind gusts picking up here and there. And you can see why it's taking a second. Very, very difficult putt. There's not enough room for her disc to go through that V tree, even though she's trying to make it squeeze. Gonna have to result to an extreme hyzer putt that she hopes to fall in. Didn't have the height, was a little wide. She's under the basket.
Well, that will be a bogey for Cox, sliding her back to 1 over on the day. Corver for par.
And that looked nice and easy. Stress-free from 15 feet.
Hansen for bogey. That is a Cox bogey as well. And this will be a Scoggins par to maintain her share of the lead. We have a 5-way tie at the top, as you can see there. Hanley throwing her second on 12. And circle. She got in the circle, didn't she? Yeah, it looks like it. For par. Rachel Turton for birdie on 14 to get back to even on the day. She's playing with Fakis.
And she got it. Solid in the heart. Feels good to get yourself back to level. Couple of bogeys, couple of birdies.
Missy Gannon, I believe.
She does have this gap shot for the putt. Through the trees. Just a little high.
Fakis has this for a share of the lead on 14's green.
You like her position. She's pretty much level with the basket, maybe a slight downhill. Ah, she gave it everything. Strong attempt hits the band, but it landed safely.
Lorenzen for par.
Another nice and easy looking putt.
And we'll keep her at 3 over on the day. Still a chance to get back into this thing. Hanley. That's a par putt and a par make for Holland. Still 1 off the lead is Holland. Flying 12, Zoe. What's the play here?
Well, you got to beat the Mando first. It's only 100 feet off the tee on the right-hand side, and you must stay left of it. Other than that, this is just a tight and tricky wooded fairway. You know, players have options here. It depends on what your strength is, sidearm or backhand. Throwing righty or lefty, you've got to keep it underneath the low-hanging ceiling and beat the trees. There's a drop zone at 280 feet from the pin if you do miss the Mando. And that's possible. I mean, that Mando, again, it's right there staring at you, and it's still a considerable distance from this pin. So first job, make the Mando.
Scoggins.
This one had gorgeous shape. She's just outside of circle 1. That's in her range. I really like the forehand play out to the left, full flex, if you've got the distance.
Corver.
Taking it right side, a little turned over and connects with an early tree.
That's going to be trouble, Zoe. That's a lot left to do. And we've seen that come up short a couple times by the previous feature card. Rebecca Cox.
All right, I like how she kept it low. She's quite a ways up the fairway. She's got an opportunity for the circle 2 putt.
Hansen. Early release program, or is that going to be okay?
Nope, she's flipping that disc up.
Okay.
I think it was a slight bit early release, but Ella looks like she's taking the aggressive line up the middle.
Just 2 birdies on 12 today. Fakis, she's on the tee of 15.
Oh, and just finds Obi left. She needed that disc to stay straighter or get a little bit of turnover.
Back to Corver in her second.
A hallway shot up through the trees. She misses her line early, but still beats the trees. She's got a putt.
You'll take it when you get it, right?
That's right.
Hansen out left for her second. And this is a big par 3, Zoe. 380 in the woods.
And that's what I'm saying. It takes some distance to get to this pin.
Yeah. Rebecca Cox in her second. Scoggins. For the 3rd time in a row, has a chance to make the 3rd birdie of the day for the field. 1 for 2 so far.
Almost.
The wind knocked that. That was going in, Zoe. I'm
Yes,
blaming the wind on that one.
I agree fully. And she liked it.
Yep. Over to Corver, just inside the circle for par.
Oh man, she just splashed out. That one hurts a little bit more. That would have been a big par save. Very disappointing.
Hansen also looking at par.
Squeaks it in, left side low.
Not lighting the world on fire, but she's keeping herself in it, you know?
Yeah, and I think, you know, for round one of a 4-round event, that's just fine.
Corver has some work left on this bogey putt.
Boy, the reaction of the disc from off of the basket just was not kind.
No. That putt was, though.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca Cox, just a little par tap in. And as they make their way to hole 13, we're going to sneak a break on the network. We'll be right back.
Think you're the best glitch thrower in the world? Enter a Glitch World Championship qualifier in your area, and you can qualify to play against the best one-speed throwers in the world at the Glitch World Championships this fall at Maple Hill. The players' pack includes 2 exclusive discs, a Plasma Soft Glitch and a Plasma Soft Pitch. You'll also be able to purchase, for the first time ever, Streamline's Parachute, the first hybrid catch disc from Streamline. Sign up for a Glitch World Championship qualifier today.
While you're enjoying the Disc Golf Pro Tour this weekend, don't forget to pick up the Discmania Luxe Vapor Sport Power Grip DGPT Edition. Some great colors and an awesome casual catch disc. Check it out right now, exclusively at Power Grip.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Use the code DGPT at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
The
2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Back to the Portland Open, checking out our Rose City storylines through the first half, I guess 2/3 of the course. Hot rounds, cool conditions, I buy that. It's a little chilly in the booth. It's probably a little chilly out there too. Nice in the sunshine though. Paige Pierce, strong play. Had that season's best finish in OTB and tied at the top right now. And new names, Danica, Weatherman, Sten. They're all putting their stamp on disc golf, Zoe. Not a new name, though, for everyone. Big money. Missy Gannon. Tee at 13. Huge tee shot from Gannon.
That was some big distance for Missy.
Full flight flex. On the tee of the same Holland Hanley. Hanley just one off the lead. You like Gannon or Hanley here, Zoe?
Well, both of them I feel like are pretty decent position. It's all about the approach now.
Okay.
Yeah, take a look at this. You only have to beat the initial low-hanging branch right here and send it. I mean, send it with your whole heart like both of Missy and Holland just did. If you slow it down just right about here at the shade line, you can tell being left opens up that gap, but being right gives you actually a better, straighter shot through. So it depends on the strength of the player. Are they right-handed or left-handed? Do they favor the forehand or do they favor the backhand? And that's what it all depends on. Speeding up through this part right here, you must still keep it low. You can't go big distance boom to approach this basket. It's a controlled shot. Out of bounds is on the right-hand side. It's only 30 feet away from the tree line. And here is the kind of hallway, if you will. Most players will take it out to the right-hand side for these approaches.
That green. Missy Gannon throwing her second from the fairway. And we are now live with Holland throwing her second, Nate.
She's bleeding that one out early, needs to miss a tree. That kicks left, and the mandatory is going to pinch her off. She's not going to be able to advance very far on her third.
Gotcha. Thank you, Nate.
And you can see now the differences in Holland and Missy's shot. Holland had that straight attack through the hallway, where Missy had a little safer but a much longer line to the pin, taking the hyzer gap.
Getting a look down at the hole from our Flight Factory drone. Your second feature card headed into the woods shortly. Yeah, talk about the hole here, Zoe, from our Flight Factory.
Well, right here where we actually are standing, this would be a difficult position to be in, super left, just because of where the trees are. That right side gap right now on the right of your screen, that's ultimately where you want to set yourself up for a good shot. There's a Mando up there is why I'm saying it's not wide open. You can see on the tree in the very middle of your screen, you got to beat that.
Yeah. Nate, we're taking a look at Holland and her third with that Mando in play.
Yeah, she's in a sticky spot right here. Just going to take the putter, hyzer it around the corner. Actually advanced much further than I thought she would be able to. She's in a great spot to approach to get her par.
Yeah, with you, I think that'll work.
That's right. I couldn't agree with Nate more. I didn't think she could get that far from that position. Excellent shot for Holland.
Yeah, she pushed that OB too, Zoe.
Mm-hmm.
There is Ella Hansen. A little bit of a backup happening on hole 13. Murch for birdie and a share of the lead. We have a 6-way tie at the top now? Oh, we do.
That is correct. And very exciting.
And after a slow start, Kat Murch on fire lately. 4 of the last 5. You like her chances? Poor 4s and 5s coming down the stretch. She's got that great arm.
Yeah, I was just thinking that she's set up for success right now and could get herself into the solo lead.
Jumping back to the tee for Scoggins.
Right in the middle of the fairway.
Rebecca. Nate, was there some wind at play for that Rebecca Cox tee shot? It looked like it just dropped out of the sky.
Yeah, there's a little bit of head left to right for her, but she just got the nose angle too down, as she does sometimes, and it just didn't glide out for her.
Gotcha. Thanks, Nate.
I love this flight. I think Ella, she kept it low, but she kept it just on slight enough Anheuser angle to fade to the right. Even though she's well back from the gap, I believe she's going to have that straight look.
Korver, a master of this specific shot.
That's right. She's a little closer to own. Probably going to take that same line Missy just did 1 hole ago.
We are live with Gannon. Throwing her 3rd.
Up the middle. Just catches that late tree. She's going to be out in circle 2, obstructed by trees.
One of your co-leaders, Kat Murch, on the tee of 14. The roller?
And
yes!
Kat Murch loves to slap down some backhand rollers whenever she gets this opportunity. That is sent in.
That was a monster shot from Murch. You love it. Her roller game it's kind of crazy good now.
I couldn't agree more. What a shot.
And we're flying into our drives here. I'd love to get your thoughts on whatever he's dealing with for their second shots.
I really feel like this is the most complex second shot here. You have to throw downhill. You have this low ceiling. You have to be conscious of that OB line on the right and the mandatory left. Rebecca's pretty out of position because of the distance. I really love Ella's position because she's able to hyzer toward the OB line and start to fade away from it here.
Thank you, Nate. So Rebecca waiting for the gallery to clear on the second feature card. Taking a look at the map there on the right side when Nate was talking about that OB right the entire way, as well as that. So kind of where are they, Zoe, on that map?
So if you're looking at the right-hand side, you see the little OB and drop zone, and just up above that in the lightest of light green, well, just slightly left of that light green, is where Rebecca is. So she's well back, but she doesn't have a straight shot, and she doesn't have a real look at the hyzer. That's tricky. It's like flip it up, hyzer flip, and then let it finish. That's a difficult shot with a low branch hanging, tree ceiling there. And if there's ever any doubt, always best to wait. You wouldn't want your disc to find, you know, somebody's foot or bag or something like that and obstruct your shot. Okay, now take a look. She's got to keep it low, and this disc needs to come back a little bit. Both jobs done very nicely. She's going to have an approach from that spot.
Jumping ahead to the fairway of the same. Hanley throwing her fourth.
So although Holland stays safe from the OB and missing the Mando, you can see just how vital it is to put yourself in that position. Took 2 shots to get to the pin.
Earlier on the fairway, Scoggins will throw her second.
And you can see how much further left she is, so that throwing straight at the OB with a backhand, righty backhand, all she needs to do is pure the gap in the middle and let the disc fade.
Just a little early, Zoe.
A little bit early. I know she was thinking about that OB. I know she was thinking about getting as much distance with a skip. A little bit of risk reward.
Gannon has a long look at birdie. Ooh.
Great attempt.
Flashing chains on the way in. Back to the fairway for Korver, throwing 2.
This is an identical shot to what Own just had. I love how straight she let the disc fly before fading. Oh, and she gets great ground play.
Yeah.
That'll be a circle 2 opportunity, I believe.
Hansen throwing 2. That's a miss.
A little wide.
It's a good fight, though.
She threw it super hard, so it actually was able to still collect some distance up the fairway, but she's in a very tricky spot right in the middle of all those trees.
And we saw the drive from Murch. This got across the second goal fairway, Zoe.
This is where a lot of players' second shot is landing.
Yeah.
This is an insane roller from Kat
Oh, one more
Murch.
look at it for you guys. God, the angle it hits on is just, oh, chef's kiss, Zoe.
Fantastic. I mean, the distance is above and beyond there.
And she technically has an eagle bid right here, and there's a backstop. You might as well.
Oh, no, sit down putter.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ian, I can't believe what we're seeing.
Ugh. Ah, she's a good putter. She'll make that. She'll cover up that roll away.
Let's hope so. From parked to now a tester for the birdie.
Yeah. And that is also for the lead as well. Looking at Owen Scoggins and her third coming up. That's second short enough. I don't think birdie in play here, Zoe. Thoughts?
I don't think so either. And you can
Okay.
see her trying to check out both right now. Now, the safe play would be the backhand hyzer over the OB. But if she's got it, she could use some ground play sneaking past all these trees to try to get a putt. This is quite turned over.
Nate, can you talk to us about that Scoggins third?
Yeah, she was in a tough position, really trying to reach on that flex forehand, and she's now out in the open. Pretty easy up and down, I would say.
Okay. Not a bad result then. Back to 14 for Murch. This for the solo lead.
Oh no, Ian. It was right in the middle, but it was too strong over the top of the basket. She will have a tap-in par from bullseye.
Looking back down the fairway. Hole 13. like Ella Hansen, readying her third. Nate, how's the line for Ella from here?
Yeah, it's not great. She's right behind this cluster of pines, and she's going to this pretty awkward patent pending throw. She's a little over 300 feet. Tough to get the distance with the hips this closed.
Got a little tree kick.
Not the worst reaction, though. So tough to hit the line perfectly on those patent pending, Zoe.
It is. Yeah, I mean, your lower half is taken out of the mix for power, and you've got to try to work something a little bit more and be mindful of the height.
Cox. And she was waving that one down, and you can see why as that goes circle's edge long, maybe even outside.
Yeah, maybe even outside, and there's a lot of trees right there.
Missy Gannon, she's on the tee of 14. That's about what you need off the tee.
That'll do the trick.
Unless you're Cat Merch, and then you want a giant roller. Corver in her third, unfortunately pinched right on this tree for the run-up. But gets a nice swing out. Looks like that's in the circle. She'll have a chance for birdie. Merch on 15. After we saw Fakis take a big number, I believe an 8 it was. That's what you're looking for, Zoe.
That's right. And opposite of the hole we just witnessed, where you want to be down and left, this hole you want to be pretty far and a little bit right.
Hanley. Late tree, but should be enough. Birdie still in play. Scoggins for birdie. And we'll have that left for par. Zoe, have you checked the weather? Are we going to dodge rain this weekend?
You know, it's been back and forth all week long. I have these high hopes. I think it'll get a little chilly on Sunday,
Okay.
but yeah, I think we're going to make it.
All right, I like it. There's the Hanley second. That will putt for birdie at least. Looks like circle 2 on the same Gannon in her second.
And she beats the trees. She's out closer to circle's edge on the right, but she's even with the basket.
Rebecca Cox has a birdie looking circle 2 back on 13.
Getting closer and closer with those hyzer around the tree putts, but still hits cage.
Hansen also in circle 2 looking at birdie.
Fantastic putt. That took some special calculation and touch. Ella Hansen just mastered it outside of the circle. She had to hit the gap, keep the putter flat enough. She got it.
Back to even on the day goes Ella. And that's just 3 off the lead as it turns out. Firmly in the mix as your OTB Open champion, Corver. Julian has a birdie putt in circle 1. Just to get within 5 of the lead.
Also making good.
Scoggins for par. And will maintain her share of the lead as they head to 14. That's a par for Rebecca.
Tomorrow. Yeah. Get it tomorrow. Oh, yeah.
Jumping ahead to Merch on 15's fairway, her second.
I wanted to make a little correction about what I just said about her shot. It is better to be as far up the fairway as you can and left to be closer. The men's pin, it would be much better to be out to the right, and we'll see that later today in the broadcast. But our basket, or the FPO basket, is much shorter and off to the left, and there is a huge tree to beat. So farther left opens up that gap. Kat's got plenty of distance, but I can't imagine her going for it from here. You want to land short of OB. And she's taking the right side entry to the basket. We're going to see a lot of players playing it up the left.
Okay. Let's take a look at 15. That's a pretty complex hole, Zoe.
Yeah, the initial gap is only about 12 feet wide for quite a long hallway. So the first job that you need to do is just get it through the gap. And you've got to be thinking distance, distance, distance. So right after this shade, let's slow down just a little bit right here. You can see that mode path. Anything there and left is going to set you up. See the tree in the background? Now let's speed it up. On the right-hand side, close to your graphic, that is the one tree just shy of out of bounds that you want to land left of, or like we just saw Cat Merch, right of to the entry. Everybody is playing this short of the OB to come over this, I'm going to call that a little river of OB into the peninsula green. And OB is actually inside of the circle on multiple parts, 27 and 25 feet. Of course, it opens up right when you're entering the peninsula.
Let's check out Ann Dyke's analysis for closing, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
We got to say stamina is the #1 thing. This is a long course, and at this point, we still have a little over 2,000 feet to throw. Survive hole 15. This is the one we were just talking about. There's a lot to do, a lot of homework to do on that hole, and then build your momentum up for the next round. You've got to finish solid. Holes 17 and 18, if played appropriately, offer the birdie. You just really want to come into round 2 feeling comfortable and ready to attack versus dig yourself out of a hole.
Sayananda has a birdie look on 14. This to get under par on the day and within 2 of the lead.
That was definitely a double fist pumper up the hill.
Awesome stuff from Sai.
Look at this view.
Just a flip. Just that's all it takes. She makes it look so easy.
She's got a lot of wrist snap, a
Yeah.
lot of active wrist on her putt.
Oh, Hanley has the same putt. Does not produce the same result, though.
Just a little left.
Missy Gannon with a birdie putt.
Yeah, almost level with the basket, just
Whoa.
a couple feet below it. Oh, that looks very difficult. So she's sizing up the hyzer around the tree or anhyzer. And of course, the hyzer feels easier to throw, but it's the more dangerous shot unless you're in the middle of the chains. Could go down that hill. Doesn't want any of it. A veteran move. She didn't feel the confidence and laid it up to the base.
Back on the tee, Hansen. Does she go roller? Nah.
I was kind of waiting for it.
I was hoping for it.
Plenty of distance. All you have to do is beat those 2 Mandos. It's a very wide space, 2 gaps distinctly to hit. She's out there.
Corver.
Trying to break off a little bit of distance in full flex. And she mostly got it. Beat the tree, beat the Mando.
They don't need help looking taller. They're already tall enough. Owen Scoggins.
Going for some good placement past the Mando tree.
And now Rebecca Cox. enough off the tee to be in business for Rebecca. Let's jump ahead a hole for Kat Murch and her third. She is safe after her second. You can see the OB line in front of her there.
Beautiful. Inside of the bullseye.
On the fairway of the same, Maria Oliva.
This is a tricky shot. Although it's wide open, you've got to have that distance. And the distance there, Ian, was dialed up perfectly. However, the reaction, not so good. I'm wondering if she stayed in bounds. Take a look at this. And this can happen to any of us at any time. It looks so good. And then just gets that awful kind of reaction off of the basket with an Anheuser skip and almost added speed.
So they had to go 30 feet to get OB, more or less?
Yeah, about, oh, okay, so
she stayed in.
Safe.
Good news there. Almost grabs the eagle. She'll take a birdie instead.
Wow. Action-packed for Maria Oliva.
She's in 3 of the lead for a few seconds anyway. Kat Murch for the solo lead.
She got it.
Kat Murch having herself a day.
5 birdies all since hole 9. Opened up with the bogey, but you're right. Now in the lead.
Korver throwing 2 on 14. That's out in circle 2 for Juliana, but should be a green light on the putt at least. Scoggins.
Great ground play off of that. It was a backhand hyzer that actually had so much energy it skipped up the hill and stayed parallel with the basket.
Gannon, tee of 15. A demanding tee shot.
There's just so much homework to do on this hole.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, Missy beats those branches. She gave it great height. Finishes out a little bit left. And that is nice placement just to put herself up to the placement shot short of the OB.
The Hanley tee shot. Did you ever see that one, Zoe?
Never did.
Yeah, I must have hit a tree. There it is. Kicks out left. She's in the open at least for her second.
It looks like flat ground almost.
Back to 14 for Cox on her second. Oh, catches the guardian trees. That might even be fairway for Rebecca. Nate, we're looking at Ella's second after that huge drive.
Perfect position here. She's going soft tactic, and as soon as she let it go, she knew she hung on to it. Catches the pine, and actually she's got a pretty awkward 80-foot approach coming up.
This is a tricky green to access. Perk, did you get a chance to see that Murch roller? And did the feature card see it as well or no?
They were over there putting on 13 when the roller came in. And I love the roller play here. Ground sets up great for it. The slope sets up great. And Kat Murch is definitely one of the better roller throwers in the division.
Yeah, with you there, sir. Alla Hansen's long look at birdie. It is in the fairway.
And it lands safely on the slope.
Rebecca Cox also in the fairway for her birdie bid.
was a little bit risky, but it was also a great upshot. Worked out for her.
Second shot for Hanley after the early hit. This on 15.
She's going for huge distance just to get as close as possible.
And overcooked it a little, Zoe.
That's right. She had too much power behind that. The disc turned over.
Do you think she attacks the green from there, Zoe, or too far back?
It's going to depend on where that tree is.
Yeah.
She has the distance, too.
Corver? That was a long bid for birdie that will turn into par. Back to 15 again for Gannon in her second. Great tee shot.
Easy placement.
She's loving that so far, huh?
That's right. You can see the pin from there.
Scoggins has this for a share of the lead with Murch.
Easy does it, just outside of the bullseye. Owen now tied with Kat.
Your two leaders have just one bogey each. And Scoggins was a birdogey too. She had a birdie putt.
That's right.
She's been throwing really well today. Rebecca Cox. It's for par. Nicely done.
She got it, yep.
Rebecca's still hanging, just one over on the day. It's only 5 off the lead. There's a Hansen par, followed by a Corver par. And they will head to the par 5 15th. On the tee of 16, you'll find Kat Murch.
Looks like the wind has picked up quite a bit. And she just needs to get left of the tree. She does. That's out in the fairway. I think that's even outside of circle 2.
She needed to turn that more, Zoe?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was looking for more turnover.
Holland and her third on 15. Does she attack the green?
I think with a sidearm, she's laying it up.
Yeah. Well called, Zoe. Just too far back to make the risk reward worth it there? Or did she? Oh, no. Oh, no. We can't do that.
I do believe she was playing the layup. It just went a little too far.
Oh, my. That's the worst of both worlds. Gannon laying up for birdie. We'll show you that birdie dropping on the other side of this. We'll be right back.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Welcome back. On the tee of 15, Scoggins, one of your co-leaders. That's also course record holder Owen Scoggins too, isn't it, Zoe?
That's right, at 9 down. You can see that her shot is well short of what we've seen played so far. She's in the middle. All she has to do is throw her longest shot up to the layup zone.
Hansen.
Oh no, Ian.
Is a miss. Held on to that one just a little too long. Lorenzen has a, this is Sayananda with a birdie putt on 15. Yes.
She makes it look so easy, Ian.
I wish it was. And back to 15. Can't even call it the fairway for Hansen's second shot.
A patent pending from this far away. So difficult to get distance.
Gonna be in the long stuff too for her third.
And from there, it's certainly a layup.
Yeah, with you. And after finding the OB, Holland will try to get off the hole with a bogey. And that's a drop-in birdie for big money. And she is just one off the lead.
Big swing there on the card, and as far as the momentum, and Missy is right there, as you mentioned. We've got a pile-up chasing down Owen and Kat at 3 down.
Just 2 strokes in your entire top 10. Ananda, Wint, and Klein can all move up the board, still on the course out there. Chance to grab a share of that neg 3 score. Merch has a look at birdie in the solo lead. It's a long one though, probably fairway. Easy par at least. That's a tough get, Zoe.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. To work an Annie putt could have been dangerous, could have had some reaction. I liked her play.
Looking down at the fairway of 15 and all the challenges it provides.
You can see up by the top of your screen where the basket was located. It's so far.
The Scoggins second is doing great work.
Well done.
Hansen throwing 3. A layup from Hansen, a little, maybe too late up, Zoe?
Yeah, it looked like it kind of fell out of her hands. Definitely early release.
Hannah Wynn on 16, the pride of the Pac Northwest. Get it, Hannah.
Wow, circle 2 stats
That's
boosted.
Huge make. She does that on the regular now, it seems like.
Yep, that feels good. Take another look. It's such an athletic jump putt as well.
Yeah. That is a rare birdie there. That is just the
Oh, there's some
fifth
new
of it.
birdies
Oh my
there.
gosh.
All kinds of new life on this course.
Baby coyotes, baby birds.
Looked like it was feeding time.
It was.
And
A couple of them still looked hungry.
Yeah, you know, these players on the course are getting pretty hungry. I mentioned not only is this just sub 10,000 feet, but right now is about when a normal round is over, and we still have about 2,000 feet to go. It's a lot of throwing. Hopefully the players are properly prepared with water and snacks, but stamina is definitely what you got to lean into at this point.
Third for Corver on 15. The good news is there's a lot of great restaurants in Portland, Zoe.
Oh yeah, the food is off the food scene is off the chain here.
It's a nice throw for Juliana. That should work for par, I would imagine. There's a lot of debate about the GOAT disc golfer, you know? There's a couple women with 5, but the GOAT disc athlete is Juliana.
That's right. And I don't see that ever being changed in our lifetime. She's a master of all Frisbee disciplines and has so many world titles.
Gannon, TF16.
Just trying to crush it out there and beat the tree that's guarding your side of the pin. This is a beautiful shot. She's asking for it to get down, but she's under the pin. Missy Gannon. Tee to green, showing us how to get work done today.
And she will have that for a share of the lead. Another drop-in birdie. Let's roll back that Zuka. So much to miss, Zoe, and she did it all.
It's just perfectly turned over with that late stability. Just testing the height of the low or of the branches hanging, and it's perfect.
Ella Hansen on the fairway of 15. This is her 4th. Hansen finds the out of bounds with her 4th, and I don't know that crossed.
Nate, is there any chance you had a good view of Ella's approach?
Yeah, really tough hole for Ella. The third shot into the turf and then the forehand finding the OB. She's going to be putting 6 from about 50 feet short of the OB.
Wow. The other way to play this hole is how own Scoggins doing it, Zoe. Just
chip, chip, chip up the way.
Eating this elephant one bite at a time.
Yep.
Or a chirp, chirp, chirp. Aw, they went back to bed. How did we find that? That's incredible.
Yeah, that was a great find
Is
by
it like-
our camera ops.
Is it like a ground nest?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Oh, apparently it's even marked out and protected so we don't cause any baby bird problems. Oh, look at that.
Nice and protected.
Aw. Perk. Did you check out the baby birds over there?
I miss the baby birds, Ian. I'm going to have to double back and go check them out. All kinds of wildlife out here at Glendevere.
I love it, man. You'll have one more chance tomorrow as we wrap around west one more time. Looking down at the green of 15 for our Flight Factory. Hansen for 6.
From distance, she needs this putt.
Honest effort. Dries up early, though. Rebecca grabbing a meter in, and we'll have this for par.
And I love to see taking her time, resetting, making sure that this putt counts. Rebecca Cox is in for the par.
Korber. Speaking of pars.
She got it.
Hansen. This is for a little hockey stick double bogey. And Scoggins about to grab 3 strokes on Hansen with this birdie, and also Zoe, the solo lead.
Owen Scoggins showing us that distance doesn't necessarily matter and that she has it in her own sort of form. 5 down, now taking the lead.
Can retake first in the Disc Golf Pro Tour World Standings with a top 5 finish this weekend, as Evelina is not here. And she is off to a great start. Ananda with another birdie look. She has made a ton of great putts. Oh, a tickle on the right side, but doesn't stick for Sai. A look from the catch cam. On 17, Raven Klein throwing her second. That works?
That will work. Stayed just at the base of the hill. Just outside the bullseye.
Missy Gannon.
What a drive. Easy birdie. Easy money.
Now tied with Murch within 1 of the lead of Scoggins. And Klein to get to 3. Within 2 of the lead. Yes, Raven. Oh, I saw my friend Violet there from the Central Coast.
That's right. Had the chance to play with her last week.
Oh, did you really?
Oh, pleasure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
She's good.
Yeah, she throws very far.
Yeah. We're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be right back.
Early bird tickets. Available June 1st.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Jonathan! Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
Cav Murch on the tee of 17. Great shot.
Thank you.
Let's jump back to your leader, Owen Scoggins. She's on the tee of 16. It's going to be the edge of range for Scoggins.
A lot of turnover put on this disc.
Yeah. Oh?
And gives herself an opportunity from circle 2.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
Corver.
Opting for the left fairway, and she comes up a little short, but she has a view of the pin there.
Rebecca.
This is pretty low and turned over. It's going to keep her short in the fairway. Has a view of the basket, though, as well.
And Ella Hansen. 2 over after the double on 15. Needs to bounce back in a hurry here. It is a 4-round tournament, but you don't want to be too far behind, and that's not going to help. That's way short from Ella. Very low.
A little bit of frustration, a little bit of rattled from the big number on the last hole. Hopefully she can get back, find her stride.
Kat throwing her second on 17.
Well done.
Fairway for Hansen in her second. Work left to do. Gosh, you think this is a hole that Ella could, you know, show off her power and grab a birdie when everyone else didn't, but doesn't pull it off there. And we'll have some work on that par putt as well. On the green of 17, Maria Oliva has a birdie look. Get back to level on the day. Nicely done by Maria. A chance to get under on 18. And Murch for a share of the lead. Yes. Wow, just that one bogey on the sucker hole, hole one, and it's been great since. There's a little bit of spread there in the top 10 now. 3 strokes. Scoggins and Murch trying to separate from this field. Looks like we're getting Paige on our chase card tomorrow, Zoe.
I think so, and there is a chance she could bump up to the lead card if you look at where they're at right now. Raven's PDGA number is actually much higher than Paige's, so it would put her up. It's going to really depend on what happens in these final holes.
17's T. Gannon. That looked great. Out in the fairway nicely. The green with Scoggins for birdie. Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
It's too easy for Owen Scoggins. I'm telling you, on the putting green from the fairway, C2, C1.
It was on the
got it.
pole. So good.
And that one, I don't know if you all noticed, but there was very little wobble. That was flying even faster, maybe double the miles per hour than her normal putt. She wanted that one.
Zero shock on Justin's face, but he's happy, right? He's seen that happen a lot. Hansen for par to avoid a 2-stroke swing between her and Scoggins. Oh, it doesn't happen.
I hate to see it, Ian. When a player gets rattled or kind of shaken off of their confidence zone, we really need to see Ella get back to her game, back to her place of confidence.
For bogey now, Hansen. Bit of a tourniquet putt for the round. Nicely done. And we'll slide her back to 3 over on the day, and that is now 9 off the lead. There's a par for Corver. Should have a par for Cox as well. And while they make their way over to 17, we're going to sneak in the last break of the day. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
What's up, guys? It's Ezra Robinson, and I'm here to show you how to use bird sauce from Dirty Birdie. Put a little dab on your fingers or wherever you want grip. Once you fan it, get some air on there, turns to chalk, and this will stay on for 6 to 9 holes. Clips to my bag, super easy, and I don't have to worry about it every single hole.
Tee of 18, Cat Merch.
So far.
Just one back of Merch is Gannon on the fairway of 17 with her second.
Fantastic. That was a park job for her approach onto the basket on top of the knoll there. Right inside the bullseye. I think Missy must have caught an early tree branch to put her so short on the fairway. Actually challenging to have to throw a faster speed disc up there, and she executed beautifully.
On the tee of the same, Scoggins, your leader. That looked like the job done off the tee.
Yeah, I think so. She's well back, but she can attack the basket from there.
Also on the fairway, Ananda. Great shot. Right on bullseye's edge is Sai. Let's fly 17, Zoe.
Well, there's not a lot of trouble. It's just a gap that you have to hit. You've got to get out this initial shoot. I love this hole because if you don't make it out, you still have an opportunity to par it. You can get up and down, but if you're out the chute, it gives you the perfect opportunity to place your approach and get the birdie. It's a very straightforward hole, but there's danger everywhere. Yeah, even inside of circle one, you could actually roll into the out of bounds if the putter caught an edge or had a gnarly reaction off of hitting metal.
This is the infamous Kevin Jones mound up here. So.
Yep, I can't help but think about that as well every time we come to this green.
Yep. Ananda for birdie. Within 3 of the league goes Sai. And 3 of the last 4 for Ananda as well. A drop-in birdie for Gannon. She is within 1 of Scoggins. There are your scores as they sit. Scoggins, your solo leader. Still shaking out here, Zoe. Nothing's kind of set for our leader.
Yeah, it took all the way until this point in the round to get a little bit of separation. I mean, it was within 1 stroke for so long, barely moved to 2 just a few holes ago. Now, 6 down at the top, 2 down at 10th. Got a good little bit of separation anyway.
Raven Klein will throw her 4th. That's a long look for birdie on 18. Looks like that'll turn into a par, though. And that's a good day for Raven Klein. Impressive stuff.
Love to see it. She's put in a lot of hard work. She's grinding out the Tour and the Q Series. Probably a few A tiers in between. Really trying to dedicate herself to this disc golf professional touring life.
Also just a gem of a human, too.
Absolutely. And a fantastic artist.
Oh. Cat Merch and her 2nd. This is challenging.
Oh, does it stay? Short enough it does. That's a green flag. She's got to be very close to that tree. Could pinch off her next shot.
There's the cap on Raven Klein's day. Gets it in for par. Really solid stuff. Scoggins on the fairway of 17, attacking the green. Count that one. That's too close for Scoggins to miss. As Missy Gannon waiting on the tee of 18 for the fairway to clear. Tom grabbing some range for her. That should be the caddy's job anyway. You know, you see those players using the Bushnells, I mean.
I agree. Speed up the process.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep them on their duties. Give them some duties.
So give them something to do out there. The fairway of 17 again with Corver.
Just looking to get it inside the circle. A little bit of roll down and curl back around. She is at circle's edge. A bit of a tester putt for Corver.
A live look down at that green, and second shot for Hansen. Oh, this is not great.
She turned away immediately out of her hands. Can it stay safe? Yes, at least there's no extra insult to the injury there on the early release.
Tough day for your OTB Open champion, but it is, you know, 4-round event. Nate, what have you seen from our OTB Open champion today?
Definitely not her best stuff today. I mean, she's been pretty well off the tee, but she has struggled kind of picking her spots on the approaches. That's the 5th or 6th time she's left that tactic, just nose up, too much hyzer, and she's putting a lot of work on the putter, and she just is shaky on the green. So definitely not her best day.
Yeah, that has been kind of her day, hasn't it?
A lot of thoughts going through my mind about self-applied pressure. Becoming, you know, a new champion, the most recent champion. A lot of things could be going on for Ella, and certainly falling back into some older patterns with her throws right now.
Missy Gannon on the tee of 18. And on the green of 17, Hansen has a very long birdie putt onto this mounded green. How aggressive do you get here, Zoe?
Well, I have a feeling she's going full-fledged trying to can this, and it's a very scary putt. Oh, almost in. And the good news is just barely hitting the rim and staying safe. I could see the disappointment and the frustration. That was a solid bid, though.
Rebecca Cox putting for par. Honest effort, but not to be for Rebecca, and that's going to be a comebacker, Zoe.
That's right. That was very strong. And there's a little bit of wind out there, apparently carrying and throwing the discs around. You can see it with the spotters' flags as well.
And looks like Cox is still out as
one of the tougher feelings in disc golf.
Yep.
It's still your turn.
Gosh, another strong bid, Zoe. At least that one hit the band and sat.
And sat. Would have liked to see it fall in the basket. That was a really good-looking putt. A little strong.
Corver, it's a birdie putt, just inside the circle.
Just off of her mark on the right side of the basket. Had the height, had the pace, but she will tap in for par.
Scoggins, she's not tapping in for par, Zoe.
You know what Scoggins is thinking right now.
Oh, birdie. To get to 7 on the day. Just 2 strokes off her course record.
Incredible.
And a chance to get within 1 as they head to 18. We saw I believe, a double bogey for Cox and pars for Corver and Hansen. Owen Scoggins, 4 in a row, trying to finish with a Yahtzee on 18. What a day. Just 1 bogey. And she had a birdie putt on the hole. She's throwing so well. And she always putts well. Kat Mertz, her 2nd on 18.
She had just enough room to throw a full-powered drive.
She's going to have that for eagle?
Wow.
Whoa.
Kat Mertz is throwing the disc far.
Ananda on the same. 2nd shot for Sai. Squares that one up, unfortunately.
For a par 5, she does have the opportunity to save par, but it's going to be tough.
Missy Gannon. That's her 2nd. Was that Kat's 3rd?
I was actually just sitting here thinking about that. I think it was.
That was her 3rd, wasn't it? Yeah. My bad there. Let's play 18, Zoe.
Hole 18, check it out. I'd look at the graphic first. There's 4 Mandos on this hole, 2 sets of doubles you must go through the middle of. I count about 6 different doorways, but the furthest left is the widest amount of real estate to fly through. Once you've gotten through the first set and over the first golf fairway, you've got another one to cross. The Mandos are just slightly skinnier, not too much. It's still a very wide distance. You got to pick your gap and commit. We just saw Sayananda get clipped down right here, not too far from where we were just flying through. But after, hopefully, your 2nd shot has gotten into this fairway, if you can get to the base of the hill, you're in the fairway. The first tier is circle 2 and barely gets into circle 1. That top tier, you're in it, and that would be the way to birdie if you can get yourself up there by the 3rd shot. There's OB very close to the basket on that short left side. You could potentially take a roll, but I love the placement of this FPO pin just being right on the edge of that 3rd tier knoll.
Yeah, it's a good one. Getting a look at all the golf fairways our players will cross on the way to the green.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's just such incredible course design out here on both the West and the East. I know that the East is favored by players just due to the variety of shot shape, but there's so much out here on the West to be desired.
The Scoggins tee shot. It should work.
That's great position for Owen, actually, on the right side of that bigger gap.
Nice. Ananda, her 3rd.
She needs a lot of distance here. A good shot for Sai. She covered a very good amount of distance there.
Kat
Pars.
Mertz.
Within reach.
It's a birdie putt. It's also for a share of the lead. Oh wait, excuse me, to get 1 back of the lead.
Squeaks it in there, finishing on the birdie. A lot of action on that disc in the last millisecond, but the best news is she cards the birdie.
Well played 18 by Merch. Let's see, 1 back of Scoggins. Scoggins has your hot round of the day. There is your leader, Owen Scoggins. Taking a look at some of these Scoggins makes from earlier. She has your end of a hot round right now, thanks in part to all of these makes.
I think that putt was the one that got me the most hyped, just because of how fast she was spinning the disc.
Incredible stuff from Scoggins. Man, what a disc golfer she is.
And looking to finish on the Yahtzee, as you're calling it, just like Kat. I think she can do it.
Cannon her third. 2 off the lead to get within 1. Ooh.
I like the way this is looking. That was good distance to cover. She's in circle 2.
You're now at the Scoggins drive. Nate, you got an eye on the Scoggins disc? Any idea what she'll pull off here?
Well, yeah, Owen is playing short of the tree to make sure to give herself the angle. She's got the wide open hyzer, but you know, with the way that she likes to flex those destroyers, she might lean on the forehand and then play just short of the next group of trees and leave most of the work to be done on the third shot.
Gotcha, Nate. I can definitely see that being the case. 4th shot for Sai. Finishes left, but does stay in. So a bogey finish likely for Sai, but maybe a circle 2 chance at the par. She has made quite a few today. That's Corver on the other side of Oates.
Hey, Jim, behind you. Oh, of course you are.
Excuse us, Jim.
And she's squaring up the center gap. It's about the 3rd biggest gap in the 2nd set of trees. Piers it nicely and gets a full flex. A little mini full flex.
Yeah.
She's happy with it.
Oh, you're fine.
That was my friend AJ Risley talking to Jim Oates right there. AJ giving us awesome T-cam footage all weekend long. I took the gang over to Kennedy School for dinner the other night, Zoe, after Champs Chumps.
Fun.
Isn't it cool?
And you know where you got to go next? Edgefield.
Oh yeah, it's on the list.
All kinds of highlights here in the Portland area. Food and entertainment is always happening.
Scoggins 2nd. That's about what you need.
Gets it right to the money spot. See a backhand coming for her 3rd shot.
For those unfamiliar, Kennedy School, they took over a grade school and made, there's like a restaurant and a bar. There's a hotel. I think there's a movie theater too. It's lots of fun stuff to do.
All those McMenamins breweries really do it right. They find historic properties, and then there's a huge story to kind of unfold and uncover when you go there.
The Cox 2nd. Did she like that kick?
Actually, yeah, the kick was good. Being taken down in flight early, not so good, but she's in a better position now.
Live with Gannon on the green of 18. It's a birdie putt to get within 1. And she's too smart for that.
And a tap in will keep her on top card for tomorrow.
Won't it? Hansen.
Stay in bounds, and it does. That was a huge drive approach for Ella.
Ananda for par. A make, and she's on your lead card. A miss, and Paige Pierce will grab her spot. And that's the case. Paige on your lead card. Ananda on chase. Flying 18, Zoe.
Yeah, take another look at this. I'm thinking about how we have 3 fairways to cross, hundreds of feet, just under 1,000, coming in at 978. It's a par 5. Again, double Mandos twice to go through. And I mean, it could cause some trouble. If you're missing a Mando, you're taking birdie and par out of the question. It means something went incredibly wrong, a misfire, and now you are penalized with a stroke and losing distance. It's so incredibly important to have your placement on the first 2 shots. Set yourself up for the gap, and then it seems like birdie is within range, maybe even a little bit easy. Anything off of your gap or hitting your gap and hitting your line could cause trouble.
Ananda for bogey.
And a nice, easy finish there for her. We're going to see her on the second card. That's great for Cy. Would have liked to see it either way. However, having Paige Pierce back on a lead card is very exciting for this entire world of disc golf. We've been waiting to see the 5-time back on top. Get that opportunity tomorrow.
And we did catch up with Paige Pierce in the clubhouse. Let's send it on down.
Three under par effort on the first round. How do you feel about that number?
I was hoping for a round of 5. If I would have cleaned up those 2 bogeys, I would have been right there. So I feel like it was a respectable score, but I don't think I'm going to be in the lead. And I was hoping with the early tee time that I could put out a hot number, and so they could be like, all right, Paige is here to play. But yeah, I feel like I'll be in the hunt, and now just got to clean it up tomorrow.
Saw a lot of players struggle on hole number 1. You took one of your 2 bogeys on that hole as well. What is the big challenge on 1?
I think the first shot, it's downhill and OB's left, so you got to turn it enough, and sometimes you turn it a little too much and your distance is lacking. My drive was actually not the problem. It was my second shot. I was around 330 to the basket, and it was that's right in between mid-range and fairway for me. So I just kind of overthought it. I clubbed up to fairway and I hit it a little bit too hard, hit the tree, and it went into the bunker. So that's a hole that I don't want to bogey by any means, but it's like, all right, this is a tough hole. You know, I have some respect for hole 1, and it's going to get some people.
Well, Paige, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take 4. Here we go.
Thank you, Brian Earhart and Paige Pierce. Scoggins. Her 3rd.
Just beautiful. Exactly how her practice plan is written. She's down in the fairway at that lower tier, just probably about 20 or 30 feet short of circle 2.
Corver. Should hopefully work for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Hansen. A little fluffed, Zoe.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of the nose-up release in her forehands. It's something we saw a couple years ago. She certainly ironed out those wrinkles in that shot, but again, you know, this has been a troubled round for Ella, and that happens to the best of the best, where you revert back to some of your old bugaboos, and we'll look to see her correct that tomorrow.
Is that some of that ultimate forehand coming back into play? Or
exactly. If you think about it, you know, 20-plus years of throwing that way, the correct way, you know, for the ultimate shot. Hard thing to break.
Scoggins in her 4th to set up the par finish and a stroke lead heading into day 2. Corver to get off the course with a par.
She does so nicely.
Yeah. Hansen for birdie. Nice putt.
Good rhythm.
Back to 2 over. That's 9 off the lead of Scoggins. There's 3 rounds. You know, 3 strokes around. That's doable. Maybe. With how Scoggins is playing. If she... Nice putt by Rebecca to finish. And Scoggins for the stroke lead.
In standard form, congratulating all of her competitors before she's finishing her job. Done well. Holy cow, Owen Scoggins already the owner of the course record, shooting the hot round. Let's go.
Plane flying you back over to our booth. Right there. And there we are right there. Hey, Blaine. Welcome into the booth for the final time. Ian and Zoe, get your day one thoughts, Zoe. What do you think?
Well, my biggest takeaway from today is that it's an Elite Plus and that Portland Open does not disappoint. The players need to be in their best shape. They need to have all their shots dialed, and they need to be ready for 3 more rounds. And the action's hot. I'm thinking about how it's almost summertime for all of you disc golfers out there and how motivating it is to watch our top touring players right here at this Portland Open. And I'm just stoked. I'm excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow. The second chance in a row on the West Course. That's exciting.
Like the redemption aspect out there. It's going to be fun. We're going to kick it off with one more final break. On the other side, we'll have the OTB after show as well as the OTB shot of the day. We'll catch you there.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight and captures our players' personalities along the journey. From prehistoric to flying machines, the theme for the 2024 Signature Series has some incredible artwork on some amazing pieces of plastic. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Help! I'm so weak.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect.
And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player, for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Got 41 feet for Gossage.
It's a game of inches.
The Portland Open champion, Adam Hammis.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Welcome back and welcome into the OTB After Show. If you missed some highlights, we got them for you. Owen Scoggins. This on hole 4 with the approach.
And we saw hundreds of feet of putting made today by Owen Scoggins. Now, this isn't anything out of her regular character or game, but today we saw even bigger circle 2 putts and some huge celebrations, and it's what really ultimately it was that aided. You know, she had the nice drives, nailing it into the fairway, but you've got to make those putts. I talked about it earlier in my keys to the course. If you're getting yourself the opportunity, you have to capitalize, and Owen did that the best today.
Also did such a great job of staying out of trouble. Always throwing the right shot. And that putter, hot as always, Zoe. Just that, maybe that one miss back on 7 she wants back. But
Yep, I'm thinking that. And something else too, during the commercial break, I was thinking about Owen and how just incredible her putting is. And I talked about how the wobble has become less obvious, if you will. And what that means is she's just snapping the wrist even faster. You think about a putter like Owen Scoggins, she's deadly. She's one of the best in the game, men or women. She's got it going on and she's getting better.
You'd love to see it. We have our very own Nate Perkins. He is with your leader, Owen Scoggins. All yours, Perk.
All right, joining us in the clubhouse, your leader going into the second day of competition, Owen Scoggins. You shot a 7 under par today. How are you feeling about that number?
Surprisingly, I surprised myself. Last year I shot over in this course, and it has been a very hard course for me. But somehow, like this year, I think from seeing last year, I'm probably throw like maybe 10 or 15 feet further, but that's helped a lot. And I have to make a lot of big putt today. But I'm not expect myself to play this good tomorrow, you know, because this is just like, somehow I'm very surprising. I can throw -7.
Well, let's talk about that, because you're in the lead right now. You surprised yourself, but what was working today? Why did you go so low today?
My driving was good. Sometime here and there, but my putting was like quite helped me a lot with a big putt, you know, outside circle. Missed the putt here and there, but come on, you cannot just like make every putt out there. I think like today my game just come together well. Yeah.
Well, Owen, you shot over par, but then you came back and shot a course record last year. You feel pretty comfortable on these courses. Let's talk about tomorrow's round. We got one more crack at the West Course. Any changes to the game plan, or same thing tomorrow?
Same thing tomorrow. Just gonna do whatever today is working. Just remember what this I throw for today, because I feel like that's probably it should be my goal to just keep continue when I play good like this. And like I said, like, oh my God, what 5, 3, 4, 6, 7 down, anything can happen. You don't know. Maybe the second car can just like shot like 12 down tomorrow. So keep the eye on.
Well, Owen, you're in the lead going in tomorrow. Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Owen, for that. Owen Scoggins.
A wholesome and a humble competitor.
She always
Gotta
is
love
that,
it.
isn't she? Yeah. Other big note, we got to say, Paige Pierce. She's on our lead card tomorrow, Zoe.
Back on track, back on the lead card. It's going to be exciting. We've got Own, Kat, Missy, and Paige. That is an all-star veteran card. I can't wait to see it, Ian.
And look at our chase card. It's kind of the up-and-comers right now. We got Sten, Weatherman, Klein playing really good, Donica.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. So
Maybe
we got
they'll
the
chase.
vet card. We've got the newer players, and they're not that far apart.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, just like Owen said.
I'm with it. It is time, Zoe, for our OTB shot of the day.
All right, I am actually going with Cat Merch's roller, even though Owen made 1,000,000 feet of putts, and they were awesome. That roller is hands down, like, men are hoping to roll that good.
Accurate.
It's Cat
Accurate.
Merch.
I'm gonna take the one on the putt on 16, but we'll see what Marky has for us. All right, Nick, all you, buddy, fire it off.
What's it gonna be?
Oh,
It's Misso.
Oh, this park job was
Big
it was
money,
sick.
Missy. This should never be overlooked. What just a weave job through the trees. Max distance, full trust. Ding! Right under the basket.
I like it.
Big money deserves
Good
it.
pick. She's on your lead card tomorrow. It is freezing in here. I can't wait to go get the sun. We'll be back out here for 2:30 for the gents, 9 o'clock for the women. Make sure you guys turn in for Tournament Essential if you're a pro subscriber. For Zoe and myself, everybody on the ground making this possible, everybody in the booth doing the same, and thank you guys so much for subscribing. We'll catch you very soon for the gents.